Um, The mayor of Fort Lupton will be here a little later.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm asking.
No
mayor.
information. No.
The mayor will be here.
Mayor indicated to me late last week he would be here.
And of course, the director of the health will be here momentarily.
So.
But I think we'll go ahead and start.
Ready?
Are you ready over there, sir? Enrique, okay.
So,
Okay. Good morning. We will call this 25th of January hearing of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission to order. 26th, I'm sorry, Monday, January, right there it is in black and white. Monday, January 26th, 2015 hearing. We'll begin with the roll call, please, Ms. Dorency.
thank you. Commissioner Allward?
Here.
Commissioner Benson?
Here.
Commissioner Craig? Here. Commissioner Compton?
Here.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Here.
Commissioner Holton? Commissioner King?
Here.
Commissioner Spielman?
Here.
Commissioner Welk? We do have quorum. Not present are Commissioner Holton and Commissioner Welk.
Thank you very much. You've all had a copy of the minutes proceedings of the December meeting. I'm sure you've had a chance to review those and would like to make some motion regarding them.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve those proceedings.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the proceedings. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We haven't seen minutes of the early January meeting, so we'll see those next month.
That's correct.
Wonderful, thank you. Report from the Executive Director's Office. I'm pretty sure that would be Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things real briefly. As I'm sure you're all aware and watching closely, the Governor's Task Force on Oil and Gas will be meeting next week, the 2nd and 3rd. That will be the second to the last meeting for that group. We are going to receive today some proposals from various members of the task force and running the gamut from legislative to staffing recommendations to new research to some ideas on maybe urban mitigation planning so we can deal with some of these issues where we have oil and gas development in communities maybe a little more effectively with a little more robust involvement of local governments, public input, those kinds of things. It'll be interesting to see. We're hopeful. The last meeting will be on the 26th or 27th of this month, and we will make our recommendations to the governor at that point. So obviously I'll be reporting back to you on those. There may be things that we will be asked to consider. I would guess that there probably will be. So, but again, those are in the form of recommendations to the governor. They're, I'm sure that they will be thoughtful and interesting. We'll be given the authority to take them up. There is no authority by statute to delegate to any body other than the OGCC or the General Assembly the authority to implement these things, and whether the legislature has to make amendments to statute or whether we have to do something, that will be the prerogative by statute of this commission if they are regulatory or policy in nature. We are beginning the annual Water Congress meeting today, or I'm sorry, Wednesday down in the Tech Center at the Hyatt. CWCB is meeting today. I'm missing that, but I will get down there tomorrow for that part of the meeting. If you are at all interested in the nexus between energy and water, it's a interesting confab down there, and the discussions are critical to the future of the state, and I'd encourage you to come down and listen. The governor will be talking at 8:45 on Thursday morning, kind of giving a state of the state relative to water. It should be pretty interesting with the water plan being out in draft form. Finally, the legislature is off to an interesting start. Our bills are all moving and alive. It's a pretty modest agenda for us. Some interesting things relative to oil and gas development, severance tax, what happens when local communities receive severance tax but don't allow oil and gas. Lots of interesting bills moving through the General Assembly this week, but none of them are administration bills, and we'll be monitoring them rather than participating in most of those discussions. So, Mr. Chairman, that's really the extent of what I have this morning. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions for the executive director? You get off easy.
I like that.
Report from the director of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few items. I'll try to move through them relatively quickly. I'm going to start with staffing changes. As usual, we have a couple of new additions to the crew. Katrina Andrews, who recently got a bachelor's degree in environmental science and has been working with the commission as a contract employee for several months now in the environmental group, is now a full-time member of the permitting staff and is a permitting technician. Tom Peterson has joined the field inspection group. Mr. Peterson has 25 years of experience in oil and gas, so we continue to add strong, experienced individuals there. We have one very notable departure that is imminent. Ms. Sunseth Cheryl, who is standing there, has been a state of Colorado employee for 30 years. She has been with COGCC since 2007. Officially the records administrator, we all know her as the commander-in-chief of the public room. So Cheryl is leaving us this week, and we just want to acknowledge that and thank you for your tremendous service and for being the face and voice of the COGCC to so many people. Oh no, speech. All right, and now I would like to turn the mic to Deputy Director Coleman to give you a brief update on our newly implemented complaint process.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Commissioners. So we rolled out the new complaint process on the 9th of January. That was a couple Fridays ago, and we actually received our first complaint on that day. So since then, up to and including Friday, it doesn't...
I apologize for interrupting. Was that first complaint from a man by the name of Richard Allward?
No, we did not include that one because it said test in it.
His mobile device?
Yeah, we did receive one from Commissioner Allward. I think it was on the 5th via his mobile device, but we knew it was him. So the first complaint through that process was on the 9th of January. Since then, we've received up to or including Friday, but not the weekends or this morning. We've received some over the weekends. So up until Friday, we received 18 complaints with 27 different issues. So some complaints had multiple issues with them. 17 of those 18 complaints were actually filed using our new online tool, so that's pretty exciting. And the other one was received via a paper form. So people are using the online tool. In fact, we're getting phone calls to the hotline, but then no messages. So it seems like our recorded message directing to the website is working. All complaints have been routed from the central team, and the central team concept is working very great so far. They're getting to the written complaints are getting to the field, the technical staff that has to investigate it. So that's working very well. We're performing the inspections and communicating to the complainants. So I actually followed up with that very first person that filed a complaint on the 9th just to ask her, you know, how was the tool, how was it going, and she said that she was very impressed with the response and the communication from the COGCC, so that's very positive. So initial contacts with the complainants, we have a goal to do that within 2 business days. That's happening well within those 2 business days, in fact the same day most of the time. We did have one that was outside of that. That was the paper form actually, so we're adjusting that. So overall it's going very well. A couple of improvement opportunities is just making sure that the documentation requirements are up to snuff. We're seeing a couple things in the inspection reports and the actual data entry fields that are not completely following our standards, our standard operating practices that we put into place. We're having meetings this week to discuss that. So those are a couple of the bigger things we've seen. But overall, pretty positive for the first couple weeks of this rollout. So I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Commissioners, it's been, by my count, at least 21 days since your last rulemaking. I'm sure you're antsy for another one. We have noticed a rulemaking. It is related to the flood lessons learned. You all are well familiar with the workshop that we held and the document that we published with recommendations. A few months back, I apologize for not knowing exactly which previous commission hearing you did tell the staff to go forth and consider some rules from some of those recommendations. We have met with the regulated community, talked about some specific narrow in scope additions to our 600 series rules for locations that are built within a floodplain. We have noticed that for rulemaking for March, the March hearing. You have a hard copy of the notice of rulemaking in front of you, as well as the third page of that document, or maybe this is the fourth page, are the proposed rules. There are 7 new or modified rules that would be added to Rule 603H. We will hold a stakeholder meeting this Wednesday, and we will have a second stakeholder meeting on February 17th if we determine that a second stakeholder meeting is necessary. We think that this has been well vetted with the regulated community. We're not expecting a great deal of angst over these rules, but it is on the docket for March 2nd at this time. Just want to give you that heads up. In addition, on January 13th, the Commission received a petition for rulemaking from a group called the Colorado Prairie Initiative, and that group has filed a petition seeking some changes to reclamation rules. To be perfectly honest, I have not had a lot of time to dig into this petition. I've provided a copy to Commissioner Allward just this morning, given his expertise in this area. We have, I will tell you, a fairly full regulatory agenda that we sketched out earlier in the year for the legislature that included issues like modifications to flaring rules, modification to noise rules, some other things, and of course, the highest priority, I assume, would be any recommendation that comes out of the governor's task force. And as Executive Director King indicated, that is, I think, a very likely outcome from the task force, is that they would turn to this agency and ask us to consider rules in certain areas. So, as usual, we have to juggle and balance and maybe make some decisions about what is the highest priority for our rulemaking agenda. But I will make sure that all of you get this petition from the Colorado Prairie Initiative very promptly, and we'll consider it internally with our reclamation staff and see how we feel about it, and we can talk about it maybe next month or in March. I want to close by hitting some highlights of the stats. It is a new year, and therefore we have stats mostly complete for 2014, and there are a few interesting highlights. We have crossed the 53,000 threshold for active wells in the state. As of January 3rd, there were 53,024 active wells. In 2014, there were 2,108 new wells, which is very consistent with the prior 2 years. We're right solid about 2,000 new starts each year. We approved 4,190 drilling permits last year, a little bit higher than 2013 and a little bit higher than 2012. We received 698 applications for hearings, 698 applications for things like pooling and spacing orders, etc. That is a 22% increase over 2013. and the hearing staff, I'm sure, would tell you that they felt every one of those. Those applications have increased 73% since 2011. So we're fortunate that we've been able to add a couple of staff. We have made a request to the legislature to add one additional hearing staff person for this fiscal year to help keep up with that rather dramatic increase. On the horizontal well front, there were 1,429 horizontal wells started in 2014. That's a 24% increase over last year. 96% of those are in Weld County, not surprisingly. And that is a total of 57.5% of all permits were for horizontal wells last year. Those numbers are actually leveling off. If you look at the growth over the last 5 years, in 2013 there were 1,300, did I write this down? I'm sorry, there were 1,152 horizontal well starts in 2013, 1,400 this year, leveling off a little bit, as is the percentage of those wells applications that are for horizontal wells. And then finally, I wanted to note that the field inspection unit, with a little bit of help from the environmental group, performed 33,612 inspections of wells last year. So that is a record number, a 43% increase over 2013. And of course, some of that, of course, is attributable to the fact that we have 11 new inspectors. So at that rate, we would inspect every well in the state approximately once every 1.6 years for the purpose of that metric. That represents an increase over since 2011 of 170%. So kudos to Margaret and her staff for getting out there and getting after that. And that concludes my report, Commissioners, and as usual, happy to answer questions.
Questions? Commissioner Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read the staff report, I wanted to highlight that inspection number. I'm glad you did, Mr. Director, that over 33,000 wells inspected out of the 53,000 active wells is a really good record, and that taking about 19 months to inspect every well, and I assume that's on average, so that some wells are getting inspected every year and some that are less concerning because they've been in good operations for a number of years, maybe less frequently. And so I think this is a really good track record, right? What this last year has been, and I'm really impressed and pleased with the work of the staff.
Amen.
Just a quick question regarding well inspections. How are you aligning inspections, prioritizing inspections on the basis of results you're getting from Bradenhead testing, on the basis of age of well? How are you putting it together to prioritize what potentially could be problem children?
Thank you, Commissioner Craig. So you'll recall that a year ago, the field inspection unit, with help from others, published a risk-based inspection report, and that risk-based inspection report did exactly what you're suggesting, created a way to prioritize wells for inspection, and as Commissioner Allward noted also, and it does take into consideration those kinds of things. What was the result of the last inspection? Have there been NOAVs? Are we close to surface water bodies? Proximity to buildings, time since last inspection. I think that the program is new enough that we haven't really gathered stats, so we can't yet tell you that the high inspection wells are getting inspected, twice a year or once every 1.1 years. We will work towards that, but there clearly is, and I don't know if Margaret wants to come up and say any more than I'm saying, but there is a very robust effort to prioritize wells based on that set of factors and inspect those more frequently.
When you get that, I'd like to, maybe we could have a report, because if it's a risk-based program, that should provide a lot of comfort to the citizens of Colorado that we're actually going ahead and keeping an eye out for those wells that are the most risk to the state.
we'll do that.
Other questions, comments? We're going to move then to commissioner comments, and I'm going to make a comment.
Okay.
That falls right in line with what we're discussing. In our part of the state of Colorado, Southwest Colorado, we've run into a few problems relative to the inspections and to the, in particular, to the reclamation process, both interim and final. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to work through that. I know we have some meetings set up to talk with some of the folks involved in that, and I appreciate Mr. Lepore doing that, and I'll try to do my part to make it happen. Also, in terms of a rulemaking for the reclamation rules, we have on one of our colleagues, Dr. Richard Allward, has just published a paper on reclamation of well sites. I say just like today. It becomes, it's like released today. That's correct, is it, Rich? So we do have, I think, a certifiable expert in that area. And of course, you know, I have interest in that because of the agricultural implications. And I'm hoping my colleagues would be interested in some way or another pulling together a rulemaking on these reclamation rules. I'm sure you remember in 2008 or whatever that year was, we went through reclamation rules, and we sort of promised ourselves that we would take another look at those a little more in depth and try to work them out. And of course, there have been some other issues surface between now and then, so we haven't had the time to devote to that. But I would hope that, especially in light of the fact that Dr. Allward and myself are on our last legs, so to speak, we get, I think our term on the commission is up along about the 1st of July. And if there's some way we could utilize his expertise and my pain in the side comments relative to those, I'd sure like to see that happen. Of course, I volunteered to serve another term and would be most happy to do so, but I think the policy of the governor at this point is 2 terms is sufficient. So having said that, I hope maybe we can take a few moments, excuse me, hopefully sometime today, and just have a brief discussion from commissioners on what your thoughts are, whether you think we can go in that direction. As Director Lepore has already laid out, the staff's plate is rather full. And so I don't know if we can make it work. I wish we could. I hope we can. But we'll have to chat about it, I guess. Now, having said that, are there any other commissioner comments? Mr. King.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of semi-related thoughts to that. As much as I know we all enjoy doing rulemakings, there is, I think, the risk of running into rule fatigue. And I think we have to, as Director Lepore laid out, some priorities going forward and maybe some things coming out of the task force that we'll be asked to consider. The prioritization of where we go and what we do is going to be critical. And so I would like to have a more complete picture of what the menu is before I weigh in on where I think the priorities of this commission should be. I think undertaking several significant rulemakings all at the same time, especially in light of where we see the price of oil and natural gas these days, is potentially troublesome. It doesn't mean that we don't do the right thing and move the bar. I just think we need to be cognizant of the pressures that the oil and gas industry is under right now when we do that. Along the same lines, I think that we acknowledge the task force will likely make some recommendations regarding stepped up inspections and inspectors. I think if we'd had that discussion 6 months ago, the obvious path would be more FTEs. I think what I would like to see at this point, trying to make lemonade out of these lemons of this price of oil, is if we're going to see permits applications dropping in response to that, is this an opportunity for us to cross-train some of our people and maybe move some people who've been experienced in permitting, get them some training in inspections, and see if we can not increase FTE, but allocate our resources in a way that maybe makes a little bit more sense and provides some career development for our staff at the same time. So I just think we need to be cognizant that this is not the same market that we saw oil and gas operating in 6 months ago.
Totally understand. Excuse me, Commissioner Craig.
And where is Dr. Allward's paper published so that some of us might get a copy and read it?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to refer to Dr. Allward because the journal, I forgot the name of it. So, Dr. Allward.
So, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's published in Ecological Applications, which is one of the top 2 journals in applied ecology in the world. And it's intentionally published as an open access paper, so you don't need a subscription. However, I don't yet have the link because it hasn't actually been put up on the website yet. I was told it would be so by 10 o'clock Eastern time, but I was told a number of things last week. So at some point in time today, and as soon as I find out, I'll let you know, or else I've got a copy and I can forward that to you.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Other commissioner comments on practically anything?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to continue, we might as well just continue the conversation on reclamation rules right now while we're thinking about it. And cognizant of, the concerns that Commissioner King and the staff have with the workload and the timing, and I'm aware of that. And however, we didn't do this when oil was at $100 a barrel. And so there have been a number of issues that I recognize were very important that we had to work on in the intervening years. And I've been very supportive of that. I want to remind the commissioners and the staff that there are, well, first off, it's the law. We were directed through the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Act, as it was amended in 2007, that we were supposed to develop rules to ensure adequate and timely reclamation of wildlife habitat. We promised we'd do it, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair. We promised we'd start in 2009. The first quarter of 2009 is what we promised. We directed staff to pull together stakeholders and try to develop what we might need to amend the rules. Reclamation has a lot of benefits, especially in wildlife habitat. There's benefits for hunters and for conservationists who are concerned about wildlife and their habitat. It's a benefit to oil and gas operators who are seeking that social license to operate in wildlife habitat. Benefits the public who reap the benefits of clean water and recreation opportunities, and land managers who have to manage for multiple uses. We've heard in the last month that it's of concern to the industry, and we've just increased the fines dramatically for failure to reclaim well pads from what used to be a maximum of $10,000 to now a maximum of $10,000 per day. I think we owe it to the regulated community to give them some certainty as to what we're holding them to if we're going to be fining them $10,000 a day for failure to meet reclamation standards. Now, I think we have an incredible performance-based standard in our rules right now, demanding that the vegetation is restored to at least 80% cover of what used to be there. But then there's a lot of vagaries in those rules. We don't explain, is 79% good enough? I.e., what statistical rigor do we need? We lack requirements for measurement, quantitative measurements, both before and after disturbance. How do we know that they've met 80% if we don't know what was there before? Our reporting requirement Form 2A are for 4 photographs. That's completely insufficient for then requiring them to meet some numerical standard. We need reporting requirements so that it's standardized and people know what has to come in, benchmarks so that both operators and staff and the public know whether they're moving in whether reclamation is progressing in a direction that we feel comfortable with, so that it's not 30 years down the line before our staff goes out and says, no, this isn't there. We should be able to get in there 5 years down the line and help operators to rapidly progress towards success so that they can get their bonds back, if so. So I think it's timely, it's urgent, and we now have a petition before us to proceed with rulemaking, and I really seek support from the Commission that we direct staff and find out what time frame we're looking at. And I think we need to get started on this immediately, and so that we can take care of this in this calendar year for sure, preferably the first half of this calendar year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Allward. Any other comments at this time? So going forward then, Director, I suspect, although you've outlined briefly what the plan is going forward relative to rulemaking in general and what the staff has in mind, and keeping in mind Director King's comments, do we need a more definitive plan from you, or, as you also said, it's somewhat of a moving target depending upon what happens, for example, with the Oil and Gas Task Force? So I'm not sure exactly what direction we will go. I'd like to have a feeling we're going in some direction.
I think I can meet the last request. I think I can convince you that we are going in some direction. I will read to you what staff put together in the late fall, and we are asked to do that each year in advance of the legislative session. And we did break it out by quarter, so please understand that none of this is written in stone in any way, shape, or form. We penciled in for the first quarter of 2015 the flood lessons learned rulemaking, and we're on track to do that, and I don't see any reason not to continue forward with that. We penciled in for the second quarter any rulemaking recommended by the Governor's Task Force. Also for the second quarter, we would like to take the existing horizontal offset well policy for the Denver-Julesburg Basin and make that a rule. We would not expect that to be a big lift. The policy has been in place for more than a year. Operators are following it. It's working well, and it would just be a move to formalize that policy into a rule. Well, I won't. The third quarter, we had on our agenda a possible update to the 900 series rules, specifically related to flaring and unlined skim pits, and a review of Table 910-1 standards, particularly related to arsenic. The Table 910-1 standards around arsenic need to be reviewed. We think that we need to tighten up our rules on flaring so that if there is infrastructure available, there's no such thing as flaring after your well is completed. And then for the fourth quarter, we had penciled in updating our rules on noise, particularly around C-scale C decibel scale noise, which has been the single biggest source of complaints for many months now. And our rule, as it exists today, doesn't really have a clearly enforceable standard. So if I were going to prioritize that list, again, I think the horizontal offset wellbore policy is an easy lift and one that we could do without too much brain damage. Noise is a high priority, in my opinion. We have hired a consultant from the University of Colorado State University in Fort Collins, is working with the inspection staff on noise. We need a stronger rule on noise. I feel fairly strongly about that. And then, as we've already talked about, whatever comes out of the governor's task force. So I think my thoughts on the reclamation are as follows. We have a petition. I would like Dr. Allward's thoughts about what's proposed there. Of course, I want input from our staff on the same thing, and I guess sort of scoping out what that rulemaking might look like. I appreciate Dr. Allward's urgency and timing given your and his tenures. From where I sit, that feels a little ambitious, largely because of the governor's task force.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, commissioner comments are concluded. Audience, any comments from the audience, Ms. Dorrancy?
We do, but I just wanted to place on the record that Commissioner Welk is present at this time.
By golly, he is.
We do have three audience comments. Amanda Harper.
I have this pass around and also this for each one person.
How many copies do you have of this?
There's enough, I think. I made, yeah, I think I made 11. So that was a guess, but
Well, welcome back, Ms. Harper.
thank you. And just like last time, butterflies, totally nervous, but
Well, if it helps you any, me too.
I will have a packet of 12 different documents that I'll be giving to you to share with all of these people.
Do you have copies of those, or do you have?
I only have one set.
Okay. I'll take it and I'll try to have someone make.
That's a lot, because there's more than 12 pages. But you could do that. Well, I have to add this into it. I don't think you'll be happy with what I have to say today, so neither will anyone behind me. Okay, so good morning, commissioners. My name is Amanda Harper, and I am a Pleasant View rural community stakeholder. I am one of many concerned citizens of Colorado, and I have been going to other communities and reaching out and finding out what their concerns are and meeting with them and going to every Weld County Commissioner meeting and Boulder County Commissioner meeting and Commissioner meetings here, and I've been busy trying to figure out what's going on because our community is so threatened right now. So egregious neighbors submit applications for major industrial sites within a 1-mile radius of any homes because the rules say they can. In Canada, our egregious neighbor has proposed a high-volume hydrofracturing site in the middle of our neighborhood, even though they know that the community is very concerned and has expressed itself numerous times to Encana. Just recently, it came to our attention that these major industrial sites, not minor, high-volume hydrofracturing, which I'm considering 4 or more wells at this point. I've been looking around, and industrial sites are 4 or more wells with their facilities. They produce seismic issues in homes while they're being drilled. Noise violations. There is not mounting evidence incriminating these major industrial sites for emitting poisonous hydrocarbons during drilling and from major industrial sites, facility sites. Also, by planning the use of our one-lane dirt road, Road 18, it's very unclear what the actual situation of that road is altogether, as the access point for drilling and a soon-to-be proposed massive facility site, that Encana's excessive truck traffic, tens of thousands of trucks over the period of 3 years, and it is our only egress and ingress to a county road, that Encana is knowingly putting us in harm's way. And we think that they and their permitters, the COGCC, should be held accountable as well for that egregious neighborly behavior, I'm sorry to say. What is a feathery animal with a short neck, webbed feet, wings, wattles, has a long yellow beak, and is short to the ground? Let's call a duck a duck. What has 18 acres of desecrated land, 50-foot-high flames, could be any time during the drilling or after, tens of thousands of semi-trucks carrying huge machinery, sports stadium lights for over 1 year, shining into our homes, noise levels above the state of Colorado state regulations, dangerous chemicals being used and emitted from the sites, low volume noise 24/7 for the rest of the time with the facility site, up to 30 years, for all the years of production, 36 25-foot-high condensate tanks, 12 separators, 12 burn-off towers, a visual blight, dangers of explosions, leaks of toxic chemicals, both liquid and gaseous. Well, let's call a major industrial site a major industrial site, and include all oil and gas industrial production facilities within 4 or more wells, one of those. How could oil and gas be exempt in Weld County from calling an industrial site and getting all the special use permitting that needs to happen from that? Currently in Weld County, oil and gas production sites are exempt from any use by special review zoning rules. They are exempt from the rules and regulations that are in place to protect citizens and communities from the ruination of industrial site zoning near homes and commercial businesses, though I know that low residential has some, high residential has some others, but we are a high-density agricultural neighborhood, and we are very concerned. I have the Weld Code here in this packet to show you how many exemptions oil and gas production has. I am asking for a statewide zoning regulation established for all counties across the state of Colorado, that industrial sites of all sizes be required to be used by special review, with public planning hearings and public traffic hearings, and required access permits from all county roads. Also, it should be a state requirement that the LGDs from the county with the access permit to comment in the COGCC comment area for any industrial site within 1 mile of a home. Accountability is what I'm asking for, to discuss the suitability and appropriateness of this major industrial site in the area that the wells are being proposed. Please see the Boulder County LGD comments that were submitted on our behalf and the behalf of all the neighbors from both Weld and Boulder counties. Boulder County represents an inclusive, community-responsive, prudent, precautionary, respectful entity in the state. That is why I'm also asking for a statewide emergency ordinance to stop all high-volume hydrofracturing sites from being permitted or constructed for 1 year. Communities in the state need protection immediately. They're going to be destroyed. New rules in counties and in the state need to be established to get accurate definitions of these sites where appropriate. I have submitted the front page of the first 2 days of this petition that had and that's in here, the copy of the first page. I would like to draw your attention to the article by the Longmont Times Call. It was also in the Boulder Weekly Daily Camera. There are some errors made on the part of Mr. Hawk, Encana representative, regarding the road and the basic view. There is only one owner of the road, not Encana, not Regnier, and numerous citizens have easements. The road is an issue, a real issue, and it's not being addressed correctly yet. There's only one, we have the primary right-of-way on this road, not Encana. This one-lane dirt road is not a Weld County road and has never been one. We have many documents supporting that. Encana has not worked with Boulder County or Weld County to gain access permits to use this lane from East County Line Road 1. They may, but they haven't yet, which Boulder County maintains. Encana worked briefly in late November with us to describe what the proposals were, but in no way whatsoever have they worked with the community to solve the issues we've repeatedly told them about. What they actually do is repeat the rules, added a 40-foot high VR unit into our picturesque landscape, and called it good. Thus, it became necessary for me to reach out to the LGD of Weld County and Boulder counties, the COGCC, the press, other communities, and I will continue to do so. Mr. Hawk said a very revealing thing in this article that you'll be able to read. It was stated at the end of the article, referring to the statewide moratorium on HVAC sites that I'm asking for. He said, "A moratorium doesn't solve anything." I beg to differ with Mr. Hawk. A one-year moratorium on major, high-volume hydrofracturing industrial sites would protect ours and many other communities under siege in Colorado right now from being industrialized. It would protect our health, safety, welfare from these extraction invasions until new regulations and new statewide zoning definitions can be placed on the major industrial sites that oil and gas extraction is putting in and near communities. That he can't see that, to me, shows a significant blind spot in the perception of Encana. Noble, by the way, has a different approach. It seems no matter how many people or how many times the LGD of Weld County and the COGCC are asked to remove the 14 permits, they refuse, based on the rules. Our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. I have that spelled please. The first mandate of the COGCC is to protect citizens, their health, safety, welfare, and environment. The COGCC should protect Pleasant View and many other communities in the state of Colorado, including Greeley, Windsor, Erie, Timnath, and Bethel Elementary, Grand Junction, and of course our Pleasant View rural community. Why isn't this happening? Why are the profits of corporations being put before the inalienable rights of the citizens of Colorado? Please remove those 14 applications until further rulemaking can happen to protect us. Please. And then I have this, it's kind of intense, but I'm going to read it because...
No, I'm sorry.
No? Okay.
That's 9 minutes.
Then I will, thank you for your time. I will give you this. I have it highlighted. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harper. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, a couple of quick comments, and Ms. Harper can certainly stay and respond to anything I say if she would like to. I've been to Ms. Harper's house. I've sat with her and spoken to her about these applications. There's ongoing dialogue with Encana about the proposal. It is a proposal for 12 horizontal wells on the Ms. Harper's neighbor to the west, and approximately 30 tanks, 28 tanks, and associated production equipment. We are well aware of the issues that Ms. Harper has outlined, including the access road, the size of the facility, the location, the highway to the west that divides Boulder County from Weld County, et cetera. The permits are in process. There's absolutely no reason that we would take them out, take them off as she would like us to do. But we are continuing to work with Encana, and we'll do that to find ways to mitigate impacts as appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you. Again.
I do have one quick response because when you were at our house, which I do appreciate very much that you came, and I asked you the question, do you see a reason to remove these wells? And you said, no, you don't. And what I understand that comes from the way I think the COGCC works. It works as a technical review. You need 1 or 2 people in your commission that are community reviewers. I think that needs to be there because there is a really big reason, and it's called us, the human beings that live there. There's 4 people who are gripped by this now, constantly doing work to stop it. You see mine because mine's the outside one. A friend was supposed to be here. She's here today to hand you another person who works extremely hard to stop this. So we are the answer. Where is the community piece of the COGCC? That's what I'm wondering. I'm sorry. I'm crying.
Very good. I certainly appreciate your passion for this, and I think I understand your concern.
Okay.
As I'm almost equally certain Director Lepore and the staff of COGCC do as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next audience comment is from Kate Hall. Would you like to limit the audience comments to 5 minutes? or 10
Audience
minutes?
comments, yes.
Yes.
We have another one.
We have two. We have Ms. Hall and we have Ms. Redio.
Okay, thank you.
Be very brief, I promise.
So our next commenter is preparing some audio-visual materials, or at least he has a thumb drive, so it will be just a moment while we get that in place.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Kate Hall, and thank you. And I'm a resident of Timnath, Colorado, up in Larimer County. And I'm also the mother of a Bethke Elementary School student. And I'd like to just speak very briefly to you regarding the applications, the 2A and 2s that have been submitted by Peterson Energy Operating and are currently pending approval. In association with the proposed 6-well pad site and production site to be located approximately 2,000 feet northeast of Bethke Elementary. I've uncovered extensive errors and inconsistencies throughout the submitted forms, in particular the attachments. As of today, no less than 19 of the 68 attachments, approximately 30% of the associated attachments, contain errors sufficient to justify the return of all applications, including the location assessment, to Peterson Energy Operating for correction and to restart that clock and review. The types of errors that I identified are not typos. They include incorrect and inconsistently identified well locations, overestimated distances to high occupancy building units on the underlying attachments, missing pages of the required attachments. I notified the COGCC permit department staff of some of the errors that I uncovered on January 16th. Although the data entry forms have been updated, the underlying attachments are still flawed and incorrect. I'm appealing to the commissioners and the COGCC staff to enforce the rules and procedures contained in Rule 303, as well as Form 2 and 2A rejection and review process guidance that can be found in the September 2014 training video, which is available on YouTube, and the September 17, 2014 COGCC PowerPoint presentation. I've passed out some cards that have the links to both of those. I would hope that you may consider taking the time to view the training video and slideshow And I request that per Rule 303, the referenced training video, slideshow, and the COGCC guidance, that all the Form 2A and all Form 2s be returned to Peterson Energy Operating. Significant errors in applications, as well as a lack of identification of errors and enforcement of Rule 303, and lack of enforcement of lack of identification and enforcement of Rule 303 have no place so close to nearly 600 elementary school students. And I wanted to just share very quickly up here where it talks about the significant problems from the training. And it meets all three on this slide. And I can show you at least 3 attachments for every Form 2 that are wrong. And in regard to that, based on the guidance from COGCC staff, it needs to be returned, the entire application. And I just hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Director, are you already aware of this situation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are. Let me add a couple of details. The proposed wells are not in the city of Timnath. They are in the unincorporated part of Larimer County. As Ms. Hall indicated, the distance to the elementary school is over 2,000 feet. You all know that our rule requires high occupancy buildings to be separated by 1,000 feet, short of a hearing in front of the commission. So they are more than twice that distance from the Bethke Elementary School. The public comment period for this application has been extended twice, once at the request of Larimer County, who is the LGD. They granted a 10-day extension. I granted a 10-day additional extension after that, after the town of Timnath became engaged and essentially, through their attorney, requested an additional extension of the public comment period. The errors, there have been errors. I don't keep a running list of those errors. The Oil and Gas Location Assessment Group, that's their job. Their job is to go through those applications, ground truth the applications, and work with the operator. And they have been doing that. A great deal of time has been devoted to working through that application. So there were errors as it was submitted. Those have been corrected to the best of my knowledge. I can't attest to every single last one of those, but Mr. Noto's in the back, and if you'd like to hear from him, you certainly may. So that's the current state of play. We appreciate the public comment. There's been a great deal of it. Lots of emails asking about the errors in the applications, wishing that those would restart the clock, as Ms. Hall has asked. That's not our policy or procedure. The training videos that she's referring to are relatively new. In fact, I was going to point out in the statistics that this is the first month that there is a statistic there for rejected applications. That's a very new process that we've started because the permitting staff spends so much time working with operators to correct these kinds of errors and more significant ones. But that's their discretion as to whether or not they reject an application for these kinds of, Ms. Hall objects to the characterization as clerical. The distance to the school is very well documented. It has been changed on the application. We understand more recently, the most recent thing I'm aware of is there are some outbuildings that are part of that school, and those were not noted initially on the application. Again, it's my understanding those now are indicated on the application. Again, they're 2,000 feet away, so there's no nothing in our rules that would cause us to reconsider the application.
Final comment, Ms. Hall.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm not disputing that there are some clerical errors, and what I'm actually speaking of are substance errors that are still not being addressed. For instance, the deviated drilling plan which is to include the vertical plan on page 1, is not included for one of the wells. All other wells identify the location to be in the exact same latitude and longitude coordinates. Every well with the exact same latitude and longitude coordinates in Windsor. This is not in Windsor. The other one is completely missing, so none of that data is available. Although the Form 2s and 2A have been updated to now reflect the distance to the modular classrooms, the underlying survey plats, which are the basis of the application, are still wrong. And ultimately, we all know there's data entry, which would be the applications. And if there's questions, you go to the underlying documents. And those documents are still flawed. There are also other errors that place the well in a completely different location, approximately 5 miles away. I'm not asking for this to be completely thrown away. I understand that drilling will happen and they have every right to access those minerals. All I'm asking for is to prevent errors up front so that there are no problems later on and no risks later on. These children deserve that. And if the commissioners need, I can provide a document that would list probably upwards 50 to over 100 different errors that I've identified. And I mean, I'm not asking for this well and proposal to go away. I'm only asking for complete review and adherence to the rules that are in place to protect the citizens, especially these children. I understand the drilling is going to happen there, and I'm not here to fight that. I'm only here to ask that every opportunity be taken to make sure that it's correct for their sake.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Lepore, the commissioners are trusting that you and your staff are considering these concerns.
I will follow up with Ms. Hall or have Mr. Noto do so to make sure we do catch all of the errors that she's identified.
Thank you. Commissioner Benton.
Ed, I was wondering if Mr. Noto would like to maybe come and speak a bit on this. I'm curious about sort of how that process has worked for them, if that's going to take too much time. But I do think we've heard a lot from Ms. Hall. I'd kind of like to hear from Mr. Noto, if that's okay.
Hi, I'm John Noto, oil and gas location assessment specialist, or supervisor. Used to be a specialist not too long ago. We have been very involved with the Peterson wells. They're near Timnath. Involvement has included a public meeting that was held at the elementary school. CDPHE, COGCC, and the operator were involved with presentations. On this location, we've had well over 200 public comments that we've gone over and sorted out and addressed internally as appropriate, contacted the operator, and also addressed externally. And interaction by email with Ms. Hall. The primary, I think, concern initially was that the distance to the high occupancy building, which is the school, was not correct prior to upload. The operator had a default distance on it, but our process, completeness review, identified, well, I think the operator actually identified that, and those were corrected. when they came into process. Further into the process, it was called out that there are temporary permanent modular buildings that are closer to the location that weren't reported on the 2A. And we contacted the operator, the surveyor, gave them information that they did actually survey those buildings, but they thought they were temporary buildings. So the building, the distance that they reported was to the actual school, to the main school. We've since corrected those distances on all the 2As and the 2, and on all the 2s and the 2A. Additional issues that have been identified will be addressed. I don't have any specifics right now. It's about figures, although we won't have necessarily, we won't show those distances that are greater than our rules require. So the school's not necessarily going to be on a location drawing or on a plat. But we'll keep addressing, and keep working this through till we're satisfied that the technical review is accurate.
Mr. Craig?
I just want to say that I support the thoroughness of that paperwork. I'm going to make a little confession here about my sordid past. My group actually, when I was working in Pennsylvania, if we'd have paid a little more time with the paperwork, we would have realized that our directional well was going in the opposite direction of what it was permitted for. Mm-hmm. And believe me, trying to clean up a mess like that with the state is not fun. Right. So it happens, and please make sure it's even in the operator's best interest when everything is, buttoned up real nicely and everybody is aware of what's going on. So any sloppiness, please feel free to correct it, because as someone who's had a problem, it would have saved me a lot of time, energy, and money.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Were there any other comments on this issue?
Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Spielman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know a lot of the facts of this matter. Ms. Hall, thank you for bringing it to us. Mr. Noto, thank you for sharing your thoughts as well. I would echo Commissioner Craig's comments, but perhaps amplify them a little bit. I mean, any sloppiness, please correct them. I mean, there's just not room for this. And an elementary school classroom is an elementary school classroom. And, it really shouldn't fall to a neighboring citizen to have to ascertain if the right representations and the right factual information is presented. So I know Director Lepore, I share, I'm sure, the thoughts of others that will help staff will really take a good hard look at this one and ensure that the application is appropriate and that frankly, the residents and the members of the public who are interested in this application have the accurate information they're entitled to.
And one thing about our review, if I can mention that, and we do appreciate it being pointed out that those were there, because they were put in very recently, just before the survey was conducted, but prior to any aerial photo that we review. So sometimes input from the citizens is very helpful. It's not very clear all the time when a surveyor's reporting a distance that it's a temporary or permanent. I think obviously it is, but so there was definitely an error there.
My kids went to elementary school. Two are on their way. Two of them sat in a temporary modular classroom that was temporary. I think the 5 years they were there, and it's been about 10 since.
Absolutely.
I think I've made my thoughts clear on this, and I think now the neighbors and a representative of the operator are speaking, which is a good thing. And I think we've got a commitment that staff will be a part of those continue to be a part of those conversations as well. So thank you. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here today.
Okay, thank you. Director, you have a comment?
I see that the environmental manager, Mr. Duranlo, has taken a seat in front of the microphone, so thought he might have something he wanted to add.
Thank you, Commissioners. Greg Duranlo, environmental manager. And John pretty much said it right there, but I would like to stress that this is the important reason that we have public comment and local government comment on permits. Things do change on the ground in the planning process time for an oil and gas operator, and by the time they make submittals, some things may have changed, whether it's road alignments, school buildings added. We are very appreciative when we receive substantive comments about things like classrooms being added. It's, a very important tool for us in our review. And I think this is a perfect example, really, of that process coming together and working. And so we do appreciate that. Does it make the submittal wrong and a candidate for rejection? I'm not sure. That's what we can evaluate further. But does it provide us with the best information? Yes, from relevant people who are experts on that very area. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. We certainly appreciate it. We look for local governments to do the same thing. And it is an important thing, and certainly those classrooms are classrooms, our buildings, our high occupancy building units, our students. So we do appreciate that. And another thing I'd like to add is many of the issues that you I think we're bringing up are on the applications for permit to drill, the drill permits. Mr. Noto is the location assessment specialist, so there is a separation in our agency here too as to who's working those issues. Thank you.
It is my understanding, I think, that you extended public comment an additional 10 days twice.
That's correct.
In order to really
and I think
get
that was
kind
on
of
the Form
information.
2A. Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, I think it was the 2A that had the second extension.
Very well. Thank you very much. One final comment.
Yes, please. I just would like to express that we do appreciate the extension of public comment, but the guidance that was provided to the residents surrounding the proposed area told the residents to comment on the Form 2s, the permits, not the Form 2A, and as a result, a lot of them were unable to access and actually comment for, I want to say, 7 or 8 days, I believe. I was fortunate enough to reach Mr. Noto on the day that the comment period was set to close, and I requested that he do anything that he could to at least open it for the rest of the day so that those concerned residents could comment. Within an hour, he had that available and had an email to me that I could share, but the concern being that there was about a week of that public comment period that people were unable to access it, and as a result, many did give up. The other aspect as well is there were numerous documents that were not uploaded prior to the end of that public comment period, so we would have been unable to actually comment on that. And the revisions did not take place in regard to the distance to the school until after public comment had ended. And so nobody beside myself has been able to comment or express concern regarding the overstatement of the distance to the school. And the errors that I've addressed and found include every single deviated plan from one single point, which the operator identifies as Windsor. Nothing in those is substantial enough to move forward and approve, and I request that it be taken a very serious look at in regard to the substance of these errors. The location, they have deviated wells where they're reporting that the distance from the bottom, the surface distance from the bottom hole and the production site are identical. And in one, it's not just identical numbers, but it's a different location. It's 5 miles away. And it's those types of mistakes that cannot happen. That's why oil and gas ends up getting such a bad reputation. It can be prevented if it's prevented up front. Strong oversight will prevent all of the problems in regard to reclamation, reviews, inspections. If you get it right first, you don't have to do it 10 times, and you don't have to answer angry citizens' requests. So I'm just appealing that this be seriously looked at again. I'd be very happy to sit with anybody and go over it. I have an audit and system compliance background, so I'm pretty familiar with the idea of going through and identifying. You know, I don't do that anymore, but when it comes to my kid, I'll do anything that I can, and when it comes to other kids and the citizens of the state, I'll do anything that I can. And if it means some time and some work, I'm willing to put that in to help.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hall. And
Yeah.
I'm understanding that staff is continuing to work to resolve some of these issues.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Dorency.
The final, audience comment is from Ellen Redio.
Good morning. I have a quick handout that will help my comment be brief.
Thank you very much.
You can just pass it to one. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Mr. Benton, when do you have to take a break?
We can keep going. I'm supposed
Yes,
to get a
one
text.
picture for each and one graphic for each.
Miss Redio.
Radio.
Radio. You've been here before
Yes, I have.
because I had trouble with your name the first time.
No, because you remember that we had a good 3-minute meeting. And this is a follow-up, a sequel to our good 3-minute meeting.
All right, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you for allowing me to be here again. I'm here on a same or at least similar issue. When we met last, there was a complaint that I had registered that had not yet gone the full course. And so it was prudent to allow that to play out, although I was fairly confident I might know what the response to the complaint would be. The complaint is the first page in your packet after the picture. It was in regards to seismic activity within a cemetery. This particular cemetery, Pleasant View Ridge Cemetery, which is a historical cemetery that sits on the Weld County side of East County Line Road 1. My residence, you may recall, is on the Boulder County side, and that's the Pleasant View Ridge Schoolhouse, which has been designated a historic landmark. The cemetery and the school are the only two remembrances of an era gone by, the late 1800s, and the community Pleasant View Ridge. The complaint also includes a couple of pictures that shows the seismic activity that dates back to December 2nd. The incident, actually, excuse me, it was the 29th of November. The complaint was submitted with the help of your office staff on the 2nd, and we had 2 inspections or field inspectors come out and walk the territory so they could actually see the close proximity of the geophones and seismic wires to the actual graves. One of my issues in the complaint was that the response from the crews on the ground was they didn't know that they were in a cemetery. Therefore, a picture hopefully speaks 1,000 words. that they were observed entering under the sign that says Pleasant View Ridge Cemetery and proceeding slightly to the left, which is the second picture, and putting their seismic geophones within 20 feet of above ground tombstone, or headstone if you will. I received the response from our good Mr. Coleman, and we had a subsequent telephone conversation, as I felt that it was important to clarify some of the errors that I deemed large enough to perhaps reinvestigate the situation as it applies to this cemetery, but in a bigger picture as it applies to all of our state's cemeteries and historic landmarks. The response relied upon an aerial map provided by Encana from the Weld County Assessor's Office. That is one of many maps, one of many surveys. I reached out to my good neighbor, the surface landowner, and we walked the cemetery, and we compared documents dating back from his grandfather, or excuse me, father, days when he was actually part of the Cemetery Association and the Pleasant View Ridge Cemetery Incorporation. The good Mr., I won't say his name, the surface owner, although he is mentioned in the complaint response, summed it up. He in fact gave me his 3 minutes here because he declined attendance, but said, "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread." It only takes a little common sense that they knew that they were in a cemetery. The response in some ways is insulting, that it indicated that the surface owner would agree to such egregious trespass in a cemetery that he holds as hallowed ground. The response to the complaint also indicates that since the destruction within the perimeter of the cemetery was actually on private surface landowners' property, it shouldn't be a concern of mine or the common public. I take exception to that. I take exception that, number one, I do believe that they were within the cemetery perimeter. And even if you would agree with the Weld County Assessor survey marking a few feet to the east and therefore on the private property of the surface landowner, it only would take a little common sense to realize you could avoid upsetting myself and a public at large by not trespassing, by not taking a shortcut or a jaywalking to pull down a fence post, to desecrate across marked and unmarked graves with fluorescent paint and markers. So that is why I'm here. I'm here then to ask you to do what you can do. Not a rule or regulation that's an uphill battle, but what you can do is common sense administrators in the state of Colorado, while many eyes and ears are watching to see if there is a balance between the Commission's good work ahead and the task force good work ahead, between communities and your companies. And I've heard it said in the reverse time and time again, both arbitrarily and perhaps with some subliminal significance. I'm asking in this instance to apply some common sense and write a policy that would provide supportive direction to the industry to stay as far back as reasonably possible from our cemeteries and landmarked properties. Whether it's a seismic activity, which I endured in my landmark property that shook my antiques off the wall, or if it's over a grave marked or unmarked, certainly there's another opportunity to reach the precious resources besides going on top of someone's grandmother's grave. And so there was a comment earlier that alluding to someone else spent a lot of time on this particular site location. I really have not spent a lot of time working. It's very easy. I sat down and threw something online, which I'd never done before, late on a Saturday afternoon. And on a Monday morning, boom, there's 300 signatures that included some comments that were farther reaching than my narrow scope of protecting cemeteries and historic landmarks. But I felt it was important for those people that took the time to copy them. And I apologize for my lack of administrative skills in collating this. So it is not meant to be a legal document. It's not a recall petition. It's something that gives an ordinary person a voice and gives an ordinary body charged with such responsibility to do the right thing, because yes, as someone mentioned, the industry has changed dramatically over the 7 or 8 past months. You were citing the oil industry and fiscal issues. Well, the community has also changed its perspective, and all eyes and ears, I believe, would be interested in following out this story, if in fact you would deem it appropriate for oil and gas industry to be so far-reaching that they can tromp across a grave because, oh, there's not a rule or regulation that forbids it, that they can spray paint in a cemetery. In other communities in our state and nationally and internationally, there are laws and rules of conduct. There doesn't have to be a law for every single common sense rule of conduct. But I know that you need the power of the pencil and paper to guide you, and I'm asking you to consider looking at a gross error and omission in your policy that would regulate common sense respect for what most people would deem hallowed ground, to quote my good neighbor. Is that
good?
You got the picture?
Yeah, I got the picture. Thank you very much.
I can go on, and there's a lot of sound bites, but I believe there's a presumption in favor of leaving cemeteries undisturbed. Whether the setback is hundreds or thousands of feet, please give this your due consideration. I have been patient and have withheld my story and much more inflammatory and dramatic photos of this particular cemetery from very interested media. I'm not interested in the drama, or I would have got up here and yelled a 4-letter word in the microphone. And I don't think it would be any less dramatic as a stunt in front of the camera pretending to drink fracking fluid. My 4-letter word is help. Will you help? Will you help yourselves, and will you help us, the state of Colorado, from another potential black eye? Be on the right side of this issue is what I implore you to do. It's a very simple power of your pen and your vote to have a policy in place to guide those people that do not have a thimble of common sense. Thank you.
Your community of ordinary persons is very fortunate to have an extraordinary person representing them. So thank you very much.
Thank you for saying that, and I am not extraordinary. It would be a common person's view, and I am representing 34 family graves that would speak out loud, and trust me, it's not just in Boulder County that someone inflammatory decided was full of irrationals. There's a large community that has paranormal groups, that has historic societies, that has cemetery associations. It would only take a few emails on this part to have this petition grow in leaps and bounds, and you would have more citizen comments than you have staff hours to give attention to. So let's keep it simple.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
That was the final one signed, but if there are any additional public comments, does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make? Going once, twice? That's it for audience comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dorrancy. I am tempted to take a break.
Yeah.
Should we wait, Commissioner Benton, until you get the heads up, or?
Why don't you go ahead? Is it right if you step out of
We'll go ahead and take a break.
whatever at your discretion?
We are going to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, we're gonna do our meeting. Yeah, we're gonna go to a conference anyway, but now I gotta figure out okay, so how do I get my money back?
I think with your permission, we will reconvene. And we will address the consent agenda. I believe that's where we are. You have any idea where we are, Ms. Dorncey?
Yes, we can, what?
Where we are? I think we're at the consent agenda.
Yes, we are on the consent agenda. We can address them all as one huge group if there are no questions or no one wants to pull them off. We can do them all together.
Okay, commissioners, you have the consent agenda. You've reviewed that. Do you have any items? First of all, if you need to recuse yourself from any of the items, please do so. Or if you have any comments or questions on any of the groups, this would be a great time. Commissioner Benton.
You have one comment. One comment. It was with respect to group, actually two. One with group H, which Ms. Durancy I think has helped me, and it was about how close this is with Southwestern Energy. So the docket number is 150100002, and it was with Southwestern Energy with respect to an order. And my understanding is it's several miles away from their existing unconventional resource units.
Mr. Benton, I am not, you said Group A?
H.
H.
H. Thank you.
Sorry, H is in Harry.
Okay, got it.
It's just perhaps they might want to comment on that. If it's several miles away and there appears to be some intent to go drill a well there, it always gives me concern about what we heard last time around with respect to those unconventional resource units, that they don't have plans to drill on those this year.
Okay, should we go ahead and pull that item and consider it separately so
yes,
we can have a discussion? So. Okay.
And then
at Commissioner Benton's request, we are going to set aside Group H.
And then
yes,
Group T is in Tom, is in the chairman.
Tango.
Yes, Tango. Thank you very much. I think I had my question resolved there. It looked like a rather substantial amount of acreage being captured for not a lot of wells drilled, but my understanding EOG already has the minerals there, so I don't have an issue with that one. I'm happy including that unless any other commissioners have a concern.
Okay. All right. I would like to ask a question. I don't want to pull an item. Just want to be educated relative to Group S. In reading the materials, it was my understanding that La Plata County, which it usually does, considered protest, but subsequent to that decided that if in fact they are drilling on this particular site, they wouldn't protest. If they stayed within the same well pad, they weren't going to protest.
That's correct, and that is included in the order section under paragraph 4, that La Plata County reserves the right to assert any of the above objections to the amended verified application if the applicant files an application for a permit to drill a new well in the application lands.
And the question I had, just for clarification, and I didn't do my homework, so I'm vulnerable, is this not on Southern Ute land? And if it is, why does La Plata County have standing, so to speak?
That I'm not sure about. Oh, I apologize. I'm not sure. I don't see Mr. Campbell here today. If you want to pull that, I can certainly contact him and answer that question.
You know, I'm not going to request to pull it or consider it separately. I would like the question answered because I'm probably just in the dark on this.
No, I have the answer. It was in front of me the whole
okay.
time. So I do have a letter from the United States Department of Interior. John Pecora, the mineral staff chief, did submit a letter of concurrence. So this land is on Southern Ute territory.
Okay, then refresh my memory as to why La Plata County has the opportunity to protest on Southern Ute.
It's my understanding that Four Star and La Plata County just wanted to reach, Four Star wants to be a good operator in the area and wants to ensure that anything that's within the county is resolved with La Plata rather than having any disputes in the future. So they're just trying to be a good operator in the area.
And as far as we know, I guess, if the BIA sent you a letter, the tribe has no issue with that.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, are there any other items on the consent agenda that a commissioner would like set aside? Hearing none. Then I will listen carefully for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of Group H.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So the consent agenda is approved with the exception of H, which we will take up at this time. Commissioner Benton, if you will ask your question or state your concern, maybe we'll get Mr. Jewell here to respond, and I don't know if that'll probably suffice.
I think it may be not a significant concern, but I'm just curious that Southwestern has a fairly significant holding of unconventional resource units in northwest Colorado, and now we're bringing another application forward. So I'm curious about the intent of what they're going to do once this is approved, sort of timing around drilling a well, what may happen, and does it have, even though it's a distance away from the other unconventional resource units, is there going to be some information that you might gain from this that would potentially help with the other?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Benton, and thank you, Commissioners. Southwestern Energy is proposing this spacing unit completely in line with our last report to you, in that we are taking this entire acquisition from Swepney, from Axia, and a few others, trying to figure out the best way to drill out the whole program. As you have pointed out, it is several miles away from the URUs, and therefore the geology and the science is a little different. And we're trying to build up our inventory so that when we do figure out the best way to move forward, we have the plan in place. Since we have spoken last time, Southwestern is committing to drill 5 to 6 wells this year, and we are taking a very hard look at those URUs, and we've been in touch with Cindy Bargel, counsel for the protesting party, to see which options would be best for those stakeholders, and we'll be reporting that to you at the June hearing.
And of those 5 to 6 wells, may or may not be one on this particular spacing unit?
Probably will not be this year, if so, toward the end of the year.
Okay.
Keeping in mind the mandate we have on those URUs, yes, sir.
Okay, and I actually have to thank Ms. Durancy for informing me that these were several miles apart, so I was not aware of that, so thank you again for
And I
helping
have
me
the
out.
exact application lines for those URUs if you would like.
I'm good with this, so thank you very much. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, then I would move we approve Group H also.
Have a motion to approve Group H?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of approving Group H indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signs. Group H is approved. Thank you, Mr. Jewell.
Thank you, Commissioner Benton.
And now, Ms. Dorancy, as best I can tell, we're going to hear from Ms. Jost in Noble Energy.
We did have that scheduled as a general hearing matter. I've spoken with Ms. Jost. She's requesting a continuance at this time. We do have other Noble Uru pooling orders set for review for next month, and we've decided that it would be a better idea to schedule them at the same time and present that at the same time. So we're pulling that off the agenda today, and we'll just be moving forward with the presentations to the Commission.
Very well.
Our next presentation is the Bill Barrett Corporation Crude Oil Flammability Study. At this time, I would call forward Rusty Frischmuth. Sorry, Frischmuth.
Thanks, Margaret.
BBC Environmental Manager, and Jeff Citrone, BBC Health and Safety Manager, as well as Peter Gowan as Enforcement Officer. Did I pronounce that?
So, Mr. Gowan, set us up.
For the record, this is Peter Gowan, Enforcement Officer. Last April, the Commission approved a administrative order by consent with Bill Barrett Corporation. We may refer to it as BBC. And this was growing out of a fire at their Merritt well pad in Weld County. So the AOC provided for a $17,000 penalty, but it also required or provided for a public project. And so BBC has completed the public project, and they are here today to explain what they did and to answer any questions that the Commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Slides up.
Thank you, Mr. Gowan. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Citrone. I'm the Health and Safety Manager at Bill Barrett Corporation. Once we get this going, I will start with a brief review of what happened. Maybe? There we go. So approximately 11:30 p.m. on March 3rd, 2014, frac tanks containing crude oil ignited at BBC's Merritt production pad. At the time, there were 7 wells flowing through separators to frac tanks at various stages, late stages of flowback and early stages of production. The ensuing fire engulfed 2 of the frac tanks that contained crude oil. There were only minor injuries that included basically first-degree burns from the workers there. There were 4 operators involved in this: Bill Barrett Corporation, Rooney Petroleum Services, Aaron Water Services, and Magna Energy Services. The source of the fire was identified as a diesel pickup truck owned and operated by an RPS employee that was driven to within 33 feet of the initial tank that ignited. Basically, the vapors ignited at the in the engine compartment, flashed back to the tank, and then engulfed the 2 tanks. At the time, none of the tanks were grounded. None of the water trucks or oil trucks were bonded to the tank during transfer operations. Basically, our root cause analysis indicated that there was a lack of hazard recognition on part of the companies on site, a lack of adequate job planning by the companies on site, poor equipment selection, and then basically poor contractor management and oversight, a lack of grounding and bonding, and non-adherence to the job safety analysis and daily safety meeting requirements that are passed on to all the contractors. In response, what we did was we emphasized the exclusion zones around these types of operations requiring lower explosive limit monitors. We have added dedicated health and safety supervision support to all these operations. That particular flowback contractor has been removed from the approved contractor list. We make sure that the requirements for JSAs are in place and are being followed. We've also instituted the fact that we will not flow back any wells without some sort of production equipment in place, even if that's closed-top tanks, production lines, etc. All tanks must be grounded and bonded to offload trucks. Truck loading has to be at least 75 feet away from the tanks. On all our sites, we now install dedicated ground rods for the truck loading, where we use electrical resistivity measurements to do that. And then the last portion of what we did was the crude oil flammability study, which Rusty will get into here shortly. At the time, the OSHA investigated the incident, including all 4 operators in that investigation, but they cited RPS and Aaron Water Services for serious violations of the General Duty Clause, citing particularly failure to maintain exclusion zones and failure to ground and bond adequately during flammable crude oil transfer operations. COGCC investigated only BBC, issued an NOAV for violation of Rule 324AA, failure to take necessary precautions to protect public health, safety, and welfare. And once again, as was stated, the NOAV settled with a penalty and an agreement to spend $10,000 on a public project involving an assessment of the flammability of the Niobrara crude in the DJ Basin.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm run you guys through the public project portion of this and the flammability study. So scoot this just a hair away. The flammability study involved contribution from 3 operators, BBC obviously, but in addition, Great Western Oil and Gas and PDC participated by donating samples and offering up their locations for analysis. Gave us the ability to spread out a lot more across the DJ Basin and cover geographically a lot more area to see if there's any variability there. In the end, we collected 16 samples from 12 production facilities. We also got 4 corresponding tank headspace vapor samples. Our study area was 78 miles by 84 miles. We collected samples from all the way down in Adams County by the airport all the way to actually into Wyoming in the Chalk Bluffs area. So I had pretty good spread there. And then east to west, we were along the I-25 corridor and then all the way out east past Riverside Reservoir east of Kersey. So pretty good spread. We tried to get as many samples over a period of time as we could, realizing that Niobrara and the horizontals is a new thing, but we were able to get samples from mid-2011 to a sample that was really only a couple months old, right after the well had gone into production. And we were doing both the geographic and those time spans to see if there was really any variability, anything that we could glean from that. And as you'll see, we really didn't glean any trends based on age or geography. Got samples from Niobrara and Codell horizontals, and we analyzed for boiling point by ASTM D2887 and flammability, which was actually flash point by ASTM D93. These are the 2 analytical methods that are specified in the NFPA guidance for characterizing flammable liquids, which is why we went down that road. And then the headspace we analyzed for VOC content by EPA method TO15. In regards to results, all the samples had a flash point below 70 degrees, so it was definitely uniform there in terms of characterization. And in the boiling point, it's important to recognize that the ASTM method for a hydrocarbon is actually a distillation curve is what you get. And per the NFPA guidance, when you're characterizing a flammable hydrocarbon, you actually look at the 20% boiling point of that. And we did have a pretty good variability there that was all 151 to 295 in the end, and we'll talk a little bit more about this on the next slide. That really didn't impact the overall characterization. They all fell into the same bucket as you were for NFPA characterization. The VOC concentrations in the tanks for some of the VOCs, benzene being one of them, hexane being another one, did exceed OSHA PELs. And it's important to recognize this is inside the tank. So this was not, a worker exposure type of scenario. It was actually in the tank itself, and we thought that was important because if it was above the IDLH in the tank, that was information we wanted to have. We didn't have that We did have some exceedance of PELs, but nothing exceeded the IDLH. And in terms of the overall results, what we saw in terms of variability in boiling point and flash point, we didn't see a correlation to geography. I didn't bring the data set because it gets pretty noisy, but it was all over the board in terms of consistency. Can we go to the next slide? So the overall results indicated a couple things based on what guidance you're looking at. The crude is a Class 1B flammable liquid according to NFPA. It's a Class 3 flammable liquid for DOT purposes and a flammable liquid for OSHA purposes. And crude oil tanks, according to the NFPA guidance and NFPA 704, should be labeled with a 3 as the hazard. And that's the red diamond for everybody that knows their NFPA labels. And then last but certainly not least, this would also drive to needing to be in compliance with the flammable liquid storage requirements that are found in NFPA 30 and API 650. And our takeaway on that, Jeff did the review on the NFPA. We'd already been labeling our tanks with the 3. All of our tanks comply with the API guidance in the NFPA 30. So with that, we'll open it up to any questions.
Mr. Gowan, you asked the company to do this study for the purpose of?
Well, they volunteered to do the study, and I think it was primarily for purposes of identifying whether or not there's differences in the crude from the DJ Basin, basically so that operators operating within that basin would have access to this information and get a feel for whether or not the products are, how volatile they are. Like for instance, you may recall, I think it was sometime last year, there was a train wreck in Quebec that was carrying Bakken Formation crude, and the parties were surprised how volatile that crude was. And so this was an attempt to try and characterize what the flammability ratings or flammability characteristics of the crude in the DJ Basin is.
And then so you make this information available to other operators in the area? How?
It will be on our website, and actually, Rusty,
I can speak to that real
has some
quickly.
comments.
We have presented our data via COGA and their EHS committee. We presented at a meeting earlier this month, and we were actually in here, I guess, right before Christmas and presented to staff. The one thing that's still on our to-do list is to get up to Weld County and work through the Office of Emergency Management and give a similar presentation to those guys. It's a little harder because they only meet quarterly, so maybe later this spring by the time we get on their agenda. But I believe we had 10 companies at the COGA meeting, in addition to the 2 other companies that participated with us and obviously saw the data.
I'm just wondering, is in addition to the volatility, flammability information that you gathered, you had a list of corrective action. Do you share that with the other operators?
Yes, we did. They got a far longer version of this presentation than you guys did.
So they're much more patient than we are.
Actually, Commissioner, we've also shared it with the COGCC focus group on flowback operations, all those corrective actions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really think it's a good policy to get companies to do this kind of community service. I think it's very valuable for everyone. All right, any other comments or questions? We appreciate the presentation. Good work, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good work, Mr. Gowan. I include you in the gentleman category.
Thank you, sir.
Then what do you have next for us, Ms. Dorenson?
Our next presentation is the naturally occurring radioactive material. It's a report, actually, and not a policy, so I apologize for the error in the agenda. It'll be presented by John Axelson, our Eastern Colorado Environmental Supervisor, and Bob Chesson, the Northeastern Environmental Protection Specialist. Oh, I guess Mr. Duranlo. Thank you. I apologize. Mr. Duranlo will be sitting in for Mr. Axelson.
Yep. Okay, we have another thumb drive to deal with, and then we will commence to begin to get started.
Please bear with us, technical difficulties.
Excuse me. Oh,
We're okay, everything's cool.
Keep going. Down 4, it says SF norm.
Appreciate this report. I know there are members in our communities that have had some interest in
Open it up.
norm.
No, below it. I can't see.
I read someplace that Colorado is relatively high in ambient radiation.
So, good morning. I'm Bob Chesson with the COGCC. I'm an environmental protection specialist. I work Northeast Colorado. And I was the employee detailed with doing this study. It's an analysis of naturally occurring radioactive materials in drill cuttings, Greater Wattenberg Field, Well County, Colorado. COGCC Special Project 2136. And so, as you can see in the slides, there's two pictures, one at the top and one at the bottom. That's actually a field at the top that's had, both of them actually, application of freshwater bitumen drilling mud and cuttings as a beneficial agricultural amendment, and the picture below at the growing is 5 months later. It's an excellent amendment if it's used correctly. And this evaluation for what we call beneficial reuse areas, it's an approved land application under our rules, specifically Rule 907. I take my glasses off. 907 3DB. No oily waste, and it's freshwater bitumen drilling muds. So I want to thank, this was not done by myself, it was actually a project with a number of people from the COGCC and some outside other entities. In particular, Peter Gatatas, another EPS in our group, was very helpful on this. It was also done in conjunction with CDPHE's CDPHE's Radioactive Materials Unit, in particular Jim Grice. Just as an aside, CDPHE has all the regulatory authority for radioactive materials in the state. COGCC has no authority on any of this. This is a data report we have. Also, Amy Wolf with ALS Environmental Laboratories outside in Fort Collins is very useful, very helpful. And one of the things we did for this is that we had a sample analysis plan prepared, and we use MH Chu and Associates and to do that work. And it's based on the, as you probably heard, Pennsylvania has a large study ongoing about the radioactive materials and drilling issues, and it borrowed very heavily from that sample analysis plan. So first off, radioactive sampling is a little more technically complicated than some of the typical analysis that we see for analytical work, and I'm not going to go into some of the technical details. If you have questions after I finish, I'd be glad to expand on it. But just in general, I want to talk about these two acronyms. One is NORM, which we've been talking about, and that's naturally occurring radioactive material. And it's any naturally occurring material that's not a byproduct, source, or special nuclear material. That's actually from the Code of Colorado Regulations as a definition from it. And NORM is sometimes referred to as primordial radionuclides, natural radiation in the form of uranium and thorium and their progeny, such as radium, present in soil, water, rocks, materials, undisturbed as a result of human activity. Technically enhanced naturally occurring radioactive material, or TNORM, is naturally occurring radioactive material where the natural radioactive nuclide concentrations have been increased by or as a result of human practices. And T-norm doesn't include background radiation or natural radioactivity rocks and materials, and that's also from the Code of Colorado Regulations definition. And it would include such things as gas plant pipe scaling, some drinking water purification and treatment waste, mining and refining waste, scrap metal, industrial sludges. There's a variety of things that are in there. And there's actually, the CDPHE has a use standards for those type of materials. Like I said, radioactive sampling is a little different than the typical lab sampling that you normally see, and it's looked at as activity. And activity is the measurement of disintegrations per second, generally, for materials from radioactive decay. And generally, it's reported, there's a variety of different reporting standards, but the one that you see most commonly are Curies and Becquerels. And a Curie is 3.7 trillion disintegrations per second. It's a very large number. Becquerels are 1 disintegration per second. That's a very small number. And in this particular set of data collection, we're working in Curies, and the thing is that you drop them down, and we're looking at picocuries for the activity levels. That's a trillionth activity. So the study was focused on the beneficial reuse areas. We concentrated on drilling muds and cuttings. This is a background picture, it's another one of those application sites. There's a total of 36 samples collected, 12 cutting samples, 12 what we call incorporated samples, which are those when you have cuttings that have been incorporated, such as you would see in this field, and 12 background samples. The way we paired it is that if the cuttings had not been applied yet, we just took a sample of the cuttings. If they had been incorporated, we took a sample of the incorporated material, and we also took an adjoining background sample that had not had any of the material added to it. The analytical that we did, gross alpha, gross beta, we did a gamma scan of 13 particular nuclides, isotopic thorium, and isotopic uranium. This is a map showing you pretty much the greater Wattenberg field, just for some comparison. This is, yeah, I can't see without my glasses, Highway 85. This is I-25. This is Greeley up here. This is Denver down here. And these dots on here are various locations where we took samples. And it's about a 480 square mile area that we're talking about for Wattenberg. Most of the application sites are located in the central part of the area outside of Platteville, where the bulk of most of the more recent drilling has been going on, just as for comparison. Here's Platteville, this is Highway 85 right here. And this is an aerial photograph. I don't know if you can see it as well as you could on the map. It's showing what these things look like from a aerial perspective. This is one of the beneficial reuse areas. Here's another one. Just some more pictures of them. That's lots of gray-looking rock or gray-looking soils materials. This is, once again, this is cultivation. It's the same site. This is cultivation later on after about 5 months. Also cultivation here, and here's one that shows some antelope on it. So like I said, I have quite a few slides on discussion of the technical part of this, but in general, I just, there's a discussion. Our conclusions are, the data we collected in the review showed that the norm cuttings have activities that are very low levels. We observed no trends in the presence of any of the naturally occurring radioactive nuclides when comparing the drill cuttings to either pre or post incorporation or with the background samples. None of the nuclides, radionuclides, had any activity levels in the cuttings or the background samples were at any type of concentration or levels, excuse me, that would indicate elevated or enriched conditions, and that the beneficial reuse of drill cuttings as an agricultural soils amendment does not create conditions that pose an impact to human health or the environment. So although a norm doesn't have any regulatory limits, we made a comparison to the T norm, CDPHE, what they call unrestricted use T norm numbers, and these are the numbers in this box down here. I won't bore you with them, but when we compared what we had with that, we found no radiological activity levels in the norms that exceeded these unrestricted use limits. So recommendations. The COGCC has some limited other radiological sampling data from some earlier sampling, such as the Project Williston area outside of Parachute. And we're going to incorporate that into a follow-on data report in this fiscal year. And that we will continue to proceed to analyze exploration production related waste in Colorado for the presence of NORM. That would include things like produced water. We have also cuttings from other formations in the state. And this kind of presents an issue with us that it's more opportunistic type sampling because you need to have activity to be able to look at those materials. And as we all know, drilling in the state of Colorado is been focusing on the Wattenberg field, which is why we did this study. In other parts of the states dropped off quite a bit. And so as those opportunities become available, we're going to continue to sample. And then some other E&P type waste, such as tank bottoms, pit sludges, completion, flowback material, among others. And once again, that's very opportunistic type sampling, depending upon what type of activity is being done in the state. So that's pretty much it. I can answer any questions or take comments.
Approximately, I don't know even if you can answer that. What's the depth that we're getting those drill cuttings from?
Well, it's variable depth. In the Wattenberg field, a lot of the wells being drilled, there's about 6,000 feet of essentially gray Cretaceous shale that's gone through to get down to the zones. And so this is from all over that zone. Most of the horizontal portions of the, for instance, the Niobrara that's being drilled would not meet the land application standards that we have because they would fail the oily waste requirement. And so they're being handled differently by the operators.
And then you had indicated you were going to look at the Williston area.
Yes.
And of course, there was some kind of nuclear activity there a few years ago. How does that play into your analysis?
Well, unfortunately, most of that data wasn't available in a format we could compare with this. We're actually working with the industry contractor that's compiled that information to make it more available to us. We have it, but it's on paper copies, and it was pretty much unusable for me at this point. There's been, as far as I know, there's been no issues with the Williston sampling, but they have a very comprehensive data set. They have a variety of things, and of course they looked at a much larger list of radionuclides, a lot of them being those man-made ones, which we're concerned with in this report.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed good report. I look forward to hearing that, and I appreciate the job you did.
Thank you.
If I may add, Commissioners, the report is posted on our website. I think we forgot the last slide. And so for the public listening in, it is under our library under the Denver-Julesburg Basin. It has a very long title, Analysis of Naturally Occurring Radioactive Materials in Drill Cuttings, Greater Wattenberg Field, Weld County, COGCC Special Project 2136. And I also wanted to mention that if you'll recall, this was kind of triggered as background by the stronger review of COGCC's regulations a few years back, and they did recommend that we take a look at whether or not NORM was an issue in Colorado, and specifically whether or not the land application of cuttings was a concern. So that's what sort of drove the focus of our study.
I do recall, and thank you very much. One of the stronger gentlemen reminded me of that recently. Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Dorency? Shall we go home, or?
Well, not yet.
Okay.
And in fact, thank you. Before we move on to our next presentation by Director Lepore, I believe that we actually neglected to approve the two enforcement matters, Group A, which were for Foundation Energy Management and the Halcyon Exploration Company.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the two enforcement actions described by Ms. Durancy.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second to improve the Enforcement Matters Group A2, Foundation Energy Management and Halcyon Exploration Company. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Those matters stand approved. Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Dorrance.
Thank you very much. Now, our next presentation is the Enforcement Guidance and Penalty Policy from Director Lepore.
Have we given him any time constraints, or?
5 minutes.
That is whistling in the wind.
We need to swear this witness.
Could this witness have a drink first? I can do 5 minutes. I don't know whether you all can do it. I would like Peter Gowan and Jeremy Farron to just get close to a microphone, because if you have questions, they are going to be probably better positioned to answer them than I am. Commissioners, we wanted to get your guidance, ideally sort of blessing on the final draft version of our enforcement guidance and penalty policy. You'll recall the history of this document. This document was originally part of our response to the governor's executive order issued in May of 2013, asking us to undertake a review of our enforcement and penalty policies and procedures. At that time, we intentionally left this as a draft, knowing first that we would want input from stakeholders, and second that we couldn't finalize it until the recommended rule changes and some statutory changes had taken effect. So all of those things have now come to pass. When we began the rulemaking to implement the policy, the statutory changes to the penalty authority, when we began that stakeholder process, we invited comment on the enforcement guidance and penalty policy. Some of those comments have been incorporated, and now we have finalized those rule changes and adjusted the enforcement guidance and policy accordingly. When I circulated this to you several weeks ago, I pointed out that I suspect that the area most ripe for dialogue would be the rule classifications that are attached to the back of this document as Appendix A, which begins on roughly page 33. There are many columns to that rule classification, and I asked Peter Gowan to be on hand to help explain some of those columns, apart from the determination of whether a rule is considered a Class 1, 2, or 3 under our new penalty matrix. So I am going to stop right there. It's really your dialogue that we are interested, your comments, feedback, suggestions at this point. I will tell you that I long ago lost track of how many versions or iterations we're on with respect to the guidance document. It's several. But in a lot of ways, fundamentally, it has not changed from the draft that was presented in response to the governor's executive order.
I'm overwhelmed. That was well under 5 minutes. And we had a rather lengthy discussion, seems like me, in December. Any comments or questions? Commissioner Benton.
Mr. Gowan, on the only one that I had, I went through this. I'd have to commend all the folks that worked on this as far as the classification. I think you did a yeoman's job putting this together. I had a question about, I think it's 327, loss of well control. That's a Class 3, my understanding. That comes under engineering, and it's a mandatory fine. I wasn't sure, and this is, I'll have to profess ignorance because I haven't gone back and read the rule, how you deal with a case that might be force majeure on that. as an example, we had a fair amount of flooding here a few months ago, or maybe more than a year ago, and that potentially could result in a loss of well control event, in which case now you're going to have something you couldn't stop as an operator, and yet you're going to get a mandatory fine. And by the way, for the director, this is the only one that I have. I've resolved all the others myself.
You want to take it? The concept here is the engineering group thought that this one rises to the level that every time it happens needs to go in front of the commission. So one of the options that the commission will always have either if it's a contested hearing for an order finding violation or an AOC is if the commission believes that it is in fact a force majeure situation, the commission will always have that opportunity to make that decision. What we've done is, at least initially, taking it out of the staff's hands, and we would anticipate putting that in front of the commission. Now, there may be, we have exceptions in this particular policy where if there are subcomponents of a particular rule which are more procedural or paperwork, then we have the discretion to consider those something other than the Class 3, and we can proceed with a warning on something like that. So, a little background for the people who are hearing this for the first time. The primary difference between Class 1, 2, and 3, the reason why we have the classes, is Classes 1 and 2 are available for a warning cycle. There's certain criteria that you need to meet in order to be eligible for a warning, but Class 3 are not they're mandatory enforcement, so an NOAV will be issued upon observation of a violation with the expectation that there'll be a penalty. It'll go to the commission for either a consent order or an order finding violation. So the whole concept here is to limit or to basically minimize the discretion of the staff as to which rule violations does the staff have the ability to issue a warning as opposed to going forward with a formal enforcement action. So that's the primary purpose for the rule classifications, and so when it comes to force majeure, the application of force majeure, realistically it's going to be a director decision.
It is difficult, and I think based on the way this is set up, if anything is a Class 3, it automatically goes to mandatory penalty, correct?
That's
not
presumptive.
Necessarily discretionary.
And frankly, I guess I'll let the director respond directly, but
Socially, that's my only issue, is that it's a mandatory penalty. I think it's in the right spot, but it's a mandatory penalty.
So, Commissioner Benton, I think you referenced the flood as an example of force majeure, and you will recall that there were no penalties issued to any operator as a result of any incident resulting from the flood because of our recognition of that fact. Moreover, there was another element, was that in that instance the operator's response to incidents related to the flood was commendable in virtually all cases. So those two factors kind of combined to lead us to the conclusion that an enforcement process was not appropriate. I think although it does say mandatory, I think as Mr. Gowan pointed out, what we're really trying to delineate there is a process where there's a set of rules, a small set, 11 I think is the number that are class 3 at this point, that we're going to presume that it's not a thing that can be corrected by virtue of corrective actions, which is the other pathway. We still have a great deal of discretion in the ultimate amount of any penalty, and I would assert that if, in fact, there was a true force majeure situation where the incident was completely beyond the operator's control, we have the discretion to reduce that penalty to a de minimis amount, very, very de minimis. So I think there's discretion within the penalty amount, and ultimately, if we can't reach that agreement with the operator in either direction, too small of a penalty, too large of a penalty, they can bring it to you for a hearing.
Okay, thank you.
So even in the case of the class 3 category, there is room for the director as well as the operator to have a discussion.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Craig.
How is it determined that H2S was a class 2 as opposed to class 3? And it's still, I mean, it has a mandatory penalty, but I'm just curious. To me, H2S is a real serious issue.
That was a decision, that was a recommendation from the engineering group, and their most important concern was that it be mandatory, and frankly, that's one that could have gone. I think we have 2 mandatory class 2s, and all the other mandatories are class 3s. So that's one that could have gone either way, and I think it was probably a question of where should the base penalty start. But again, as Director Lepore indicated, we do have a fair amount of flexibility with regard to how the penalties are set. So it's a practical matter. I'm not sure there's going to be, because it's a mandatory, if we bring a violation of hydrogen sulfide rules to you and you don't think that the penalty is high enough, you've got that discretion.
Other questions? Commissioner Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to repeat what Commissioner Benton said with just, this has been an incredible effort, I'm sure, and I'm really comfortable with what staff has presented here in this statement of basis and purpose. I think there are a couple rules where I can see how it could have gone either way, but I think there can be a rational, convincing argument made for how the staff put this together, and again, I'm really comfortable with this. I do, Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's happened every time, but I know when we've had a significant statement of basis and purpose like this that really is directing policy, that we've had a vote of the commission to endorse it or approve it or whatever we want to call it. And if it would please the chair, I'd move that we vote to approve or endorse whatever language the chair is comfortable with, this statement of basis and purpose that the staff has brought before us.
So we do have a motion to endorse, approve, whichever the director thinks is appropriate, language-wise.
I'm fond of endorsements.
So we do have a motion to endorse the policy, the enforcement guideline and penalty policy that's been finalized by the staff. Is there a second? Surely there would be a second, so we could have discussion for no other reason.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wall. Okay, is there some discussion? Director Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably should have said this the first time I had the microphone. It's worth pointing out, I think, that this does represent the first written documentation of this body's enforcement policy. And that effort was undertaken to improve the transparency of the process for all stakeholders, but in particular the public and the regulated community as well. The regulated community, or at least their lawyers, have a pretty good idea of how the process works. But we did go through back late the fall of 2013 and really think through things that we have been doing, things that have been unwritten that we sort of follow to get those, to capture those here and get those written down. So I appreciate the accolades. It was a fair amount of work by a large number of people over, now a span of a year or so. But I think its importance is that we now have a written document that anyone who's interested can go to and understand how the process works, and with respect to the penalty policy, really understand at least what arena an operator and the agency are playing in based on the alleged violations.
Other comments? Hearing no further discussion then, all those in favor of the motion to endorse, approve this policy indicate by saying aye.
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 All right. If you'll excuse me for asking one more time, if you'll raise your hand. Those in favor of endorsing, approving this policy indicate by raising your hand. Okay. Okay, I think I counted 6. I counted 7. And those opposed, please raise your left hand. Okay, actually that passes unanimously. Apparently my ears deceived me. So thank you very much. I think that was an extraordinary effort on the part of the staff and stakeholders, and we appreciate that good work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Dorncey, I notice on my copy that we have a few minutes prior to the lunch period. Was there something else that you had in mind?
No, I believe at this time we're scheduled for lunch and executive session. So.
Okay, we have about 15 minutes or so. Are there any other business that we might attend to in that relatively short period of time?
Madam Secretary has volunteered to entertain us.
She already has. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Allward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take this moment to make a motion that, and regarding reclamation rules and establishing rulemaking, that and the motion will be the Commission directs the staff to develop rulemaking goals in a stakeholder process with the objective of presenting draft rules to better assure a timely and appropriate interim and final reclamation by some date. I think we need to work that out. And report to us by the March 2nd Commission hearing a timeline for approving amendments to rules 1003, the interim reclamation, 1004, final reclamation, and 303B, which is the Form 2A location assessment information requirements. I request that the Commission vote in support of this. I'm aware that there are some, I don't know if it's commissioners, but I'm aware there's some stakeholders who have voiced some concerns that I may have a conflict of interest in putting forth some of these new rules. And I think that my record over the last 8 years has shown that if I have a conflict of interest, it's a conflict of doing what's in my own best interest. that I've made a number of decisions that have financially harmed me over the last 7+ years, and this may or may not support me or not, but I think it's pretty petty, and I would have chosen a different discipline and certainly other career options if money was a motivation for me in how I do my work. And so I'd ask that we move forward finally on reclamation rules, take some concrete steps, and I think that will be, I don't have anything else written down, so I'm just kind of stumbling now, but I think it would be in the best interest of people of Colorado to take concrete steps on some reclamation rules. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, which I know I should repeat, but I'm not going to try because...
May I ask the movement to repeat it, please, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly, the motion is...
Well, or should I just, I have written it down,
Good.
so I can just quickly. So the Commission directs the staff to develop rulemaking goals in a stakeholder process with the objective of presenting draft rules that will better ensure timely and appropriate interim and final reclamation by, and I'm open to consideration of various dates,
By
whether
date
it's May
certain,
or some date certain, and report to us by the March 2nd Commission hearing a timeline for approving new rules for 1003 for interim reclamation, 1004 the final reclamation, and 303B, which is the Form 2A location assessment information requirements.
Okay, we have that motion. Is there a second? I'm going to break a little precedence.
I'll second that.
Well, thank you.
For the
I won't have to
purpose
break
of-
a precedent. then.
Yes.
We have a second
For the purpose of discussion.
discussion. Let me comment briefly. You probably already are aware that Commissioner Allward and I are occasionally adversaries relative to the interim and final reclamation rules, which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And thus, I would certainly like to be a part of that discussion. My bias is to protect the surface owner, the landowner, particularly agricultural producers' interest in how those rules and regulations are finalized. Any other discussion? We've heard from Director King, and he's going to add something. Commissioner King in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the agenda that Director Lepore laid out, in light of the priorities that I think we face and where the real nexus and crux of conflict exists, I understand that we have to be somewhat nimble, and we are with what we can take up because we can't do it all at once. Right now, the crux of the conflict is where industry is interfacing with residents and communities. And I, especially in light of not knowing what's going to come out of the task force and what recommendations we may be asked to entertain, what their priorities would be, I don't support this, and I will be a no vote.
Thank you. Other commissioner comments? Further discussion? Commissioner Wall.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what Commissioner King said, I'm concerned about competing priorities, and again, from our standpoint, with what I think would be coming as recommendations from the task force, I also think that maybe there's a time and a place for this, but I don't think this is the right time, so I won't be able to support it either.
Any other comments? Commissioner Benton?
Yes.
Evil eye.
No, sir. Never do that. I reserve that for the director. I think it's it's something that we, as a commission, we need to address, and I was wondering if perhaps Commissioner Allward might elaborate a bit on his thought around timing of this, because I'm mindful of, as Commissioner Walk mentioned, the rule is what we're going to have come at us from the task force, and then also I believe the director mentioned a rulemaking on lessons learned from the flood, so you sort of already have stuff stacked up in front of us, and then you get mindful of the staff who has to do a lot of work whenever we undertake to do a rulemaking. If you could elaborate a bit on your thoughts on the timing of when we would undertake this.
Beginning in the first quarter of 2009. Seriously, this has been the back burner every time I've brought it up. And my take on this is there's no appreciation for the benefits of reclamation. There's no appreciation for the seriousness of the law that says we're supposed to promulgate rules that will ensure the timely and appropriate restoration of wildlife habitat. I'm not sure what the take-home message is that I'm supposed to get out of this, or the people of Colorado, the environmental communities that I've been trying to appease and tell them that we will make progress on this. The industry that's now coming before us saying that they don't know what they're required to do, but the fines are now have increased by 10 or much more than 10 times. There is no limit now to what the fines can be for failure to reclaim properly. So why is this what needs to be put off?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Spielman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Allward, I don't think this should be put off, and I have the utmost respect for your passion and what you are continuing to teach me on these very important issues, and I thank you for that. I have a concern, however, with the motion as a mandate to, and let me put it this way, and how it would interface with not just the other priorities of the Commission as a regulatory body, but with the resources of our staff, with the regulated community, and with the concerned public, with a lot of innovation and a lot of new regulations that we have promulgated of late, and how people are complying, how we are helping to assure compliance, and where appropriate, where enforcement actions are taking place. There's, I don't know, someone used the term earlier today, regulatory fatigue. I won't comment on whether I think that's the case or not, but there's a lot of important work happening in this space. What you are talking about is important as well, but for me, the concern, and frankly why I don't think I can support this motion, is I really feel we all need, the regulated entities and other stakeholders need some time to adapt to what we've adopted of late. And it's solely for that reason I won't be able to support this motion, but I do believe reclamation is an extraordinarily important piece of oil and gas operations, and in the time we continue to serve together, I look forward to additional discussion of those issues. Thank you.
Other comments?
Listening to both, I'm still left with it, and Mr. Allward's passion about this is, does this come under the heading as there never will be the right time, and it keeps getting kicked down the road until I don't know when. And that does concern me. I'm not sure yet which way I'm going to go on this, but I can see both sides of it, and it really does concern me that it's something we need to address, but we have an awful lot ahead of us right now as well.
Mr. Craig?
Like Commissioner Benton, I'm also troubled that this gets, that this keeps getting pushed forward to do something into the future. But at the same time, I hear the other side. Truthfully, I don't know what's coming down the pike from this special task force. I have absolutely no idea what they're going to come up with, and therefore what we're going to have to go ahead and do. I don't know if there won't be anything, low probability event, or if there's going to be a lot. And so to a certain extent, I'd like to wait until we have a better idea of what our planning is going to be resulting from that for further rulemaking. I agree with Commissioner Allward that this, particularly with this new penalty structure, there's no guidance. They have to do something, but what is that? I personally would like to delay just a little bit until we know what's coming out of this special task force. You all are intimately involved in that. Maybe you can see what's facing the commission down the road. I don't know, but I'd certainly like, once we have a clear signal on that, I'd certainly like to maybe consider if we have time, later to do reclamation. I don't like putting a March deadline on a reclamation rulemaking just because the task force is getting ready to come with some ideas real soon. So maybe we could revisit it in June, whenever we have a commission hearing about that time. So
My thoughts, I guess, one of the things that concerns me as much as anything that Commissioner Allward elucidated was with the new, especially with the new enforcement guidance and penalty policy, there are significant penalties in place for, I think most of these are class 2 infractions, and I think they're a little vague right now. I don't think industry has a clear picture of exactly what is expected and how to respond to it. So I'm going to support this motion. And I guess that's what we'll just see where it goes, and then I'll have a follow-up question after the vote. So all those, is there additional discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
My ears tell me that the nays have it, so the motion fails. What do we do now with the petition relative to the, what is it, Colorado Prairie Group?
Prairie Initiative.
Prairie Initiative.
If you'll allow me to think out loud for a second, what I would propose we do with the initiative's petition for rulemaking is ask Dr. Allward to comment on that, read that, comment on that, and ask Margaret Ash and Denise Arthur, Margaret being the field inspection manager, Denise the reclamation supervisor, to do the same thing, and come back to me, and we'll come back to you with some guidance on how that might line up, square up with some of the things that Dr. Allward is thinking about and concerned about. So let's call that step 1 towards reclamation rulemaking. I think step 2 would be, armed with that input, for the staff to then begin to develop some proposed alternative language. Now, we will communicate with the Colorado Prairie Initiative throughout that process to see if they, if they want what they want, then that's fine. We, at some point, you all have to make a decision about whether or not to have a rulemaking in response to their petition. If they're comfortable with us building on what they've presented, or modifying that as we go and want to participate in that process, great. But I guess step 2 for me would be staff develop a proposed reclamation rulemaking. But I realize, of course, that I don't get a vote. I was in the camp of, I think March is a little bit too aggressive given where we are. You know, every time we think about a rulemaking, I tend to categorize it in my own brain as a really big lift, a medium lift, or not big lift. This is bumps up against a big lift, in my opinion. These are complicated rules. They're very, I mean, the comment that operators aren't quite sure what's expected, I think there's some truth to that. I think these are rules that, by their nature, tend to be somewhat subjective, and so they're not always, you know, it's not such a bright line whether you're in violation or on your way and making progress. Commissioner King asked me, you know, how many of these alleged violations have we imposed penalties on? It's not a very large number. The pattern has been, or the practice has been, work with the operator towards getting the reclamation done rather than slap them with penalties. Now, I know there's one in the pipeline that I'm aware of right now where, you know, it's 3 years down the road and somebody's asking for a variance now because they say the surface owner is okay with the reclamation that hasn't been done. That's where it gets complicated. But I don't think there's a record, and I keep looking to the back of the room to see if Miss Asher or Miss Arthur are here, and they haven't been here for the last hour or so. I don't think, you know, we're not being heavy-handed with penalties on reclamation at this point in time, and we can certainly be mindful of that as we go through this process. But I view us as more than willing to get this process started. I view it as a process that's not going to be anywhere near where you would want to see it by March 2nd.
In terms of the step one, would you allow any other commissioners to comment on that?
Absolutely.
I just thought I'd ask.
All right. Would you like to comment, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman?
King.
Mr. Chairman, I would, you know, citizens petition for rulemaking, they're creatures of statute. They are allowed expressly. I would kind of roll this all up. I would ask, as a process proposal, that the petitioner come forward at our next meeting, be prepared to give us, you know, a 10-minute presentation of what they're looking at. Staff can have some discussions with them, get some feel for what their proposal is. Staff would make a recommendation as to whether we, as a commission, agree to move the petition forward for further consideration. This petition is entitled to a yes or no vote as to whether we move forward. We hear that in March, we go yes or no as to whether to move forward, and then if we move forward, we provide the direction to staff as to the parameters that we're willing to undertake.
Well, if I don't hear any objection to that proposal, I really think that's a grand idea. So there is no objection, so the commission then is asking that you invite the petitioner to come and give us a presentation.
All for it.
Okay, thank you very much. We are getting close to the so-called magic hour. We have a fairly fairly lengthy executive session to cover. So we're going to certainly take our full hour. Will we need more than that, do you think, Council? Okay, why would we even go into an executive session at this time?
There are a few reasons listed on the agenda.
Would you elucidate?
Sure. I wanted to really briefly tell you about something that's not on the agenda of a legal nature. The recent, I need 6 people to go. I need 6 to vote into executive session.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry.
Good, we can have a split.
You're a lawyer.
I know. So the Marilex enforcement action, which you took up in La Plata County, Marilex is appealing that under the Administrative Procedures Act in Denver District Court. Julie Murphy is the person working on that from the Attorney General's office. The complaint was just recently filed right around the turn of the new year. We have not yet responded to the complaint, so there's not much to report about, but I suspect she may have a report for you down the road. I would like to give you a report in executive session concerning the COGCC versus City of Longmont litigation, which is currently in the Court of Appeals under 2014 CA 1759, a general status update. The Martinez versus Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission litigation in the Denver District Court, which is 2014 CV 32637, and also a review of the COGCC enforcement action against Red Wine Resources and Gary Redwine, which is identified as cause 1V docket number 1406 OV45, and in particular analysis of the legal arguments raised in Mr. Redwine's protest and motion to dismiss. During the lunch break, we will go into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, CRS Section 2464023A2, which allows the board to enter into an executive session for conference with an attorney representing the board to discuss disputes that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, or to discuss specific claims or grievances, or to receive legal advice on specific legal questions like those listed on the agenda.
Is there a motion to go into executive session for that purpose?
So moved.
Second. Have a motion and a second to go into executive action for the purpose of receiving reports from our attorney that were listed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So be it. We will re-adjourn at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And these are the
Order.
Goof around anymore. Okay, Mr. Orncio, what do we have on our agenda now?
Of 141. You need a motion. We have, next matter on our agenda is an enforcement hearing. Docket number 1406 OV45 in the matter of Red Wine Resources Incorporated. Britta Beckstead will be serving as Assistant Attorney General and Jeremy Farron excuse me, as Enforcement Officer representing the staff, and Mr. Richard Kaufman, counsel for Mr. Red Wine and Red Wine Resources.
Now, this is not an executive session item,
No, it's
so
not.
I suspect we need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are out of executive session. Thank
And
you.
You're welcome. And I also wanted to note for the record that Commissioner King has also gone for this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just if I may quickly, Mr. Redwine is on by telephone from Dallas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, let me see if I can raise that volume.
We may need technical assistance.
Yeah, you go that way. There you go.
That was an English
So was I.
He's online now and can hear us.
Mr. Redwine, can you hear us?
Yes, I certainly can.
Thank you.
How's my volume?
It's fine.
Okay, Ms. Beckstead, will you tee us up?
Of course. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Britta Beckstead, Assistant Attorney General, speaking on behalf of staff in this matter. Docket number 1406 OV45, which is regarding a proposed amendment to Order 1V470. This case previously came before the Commission on June 17, 2014. At that hearing, staff presented photographs and other evidence showing an abandoned wellhead, a large enclosed pit with nets hanging in the water, breached berms, trash on the well pad, and large unvegetated areas. And this was all at the South Nuclear 132 well. The Commission determined that Red Wine Resources had violated Rules 309, 319, 326, 902D, 1002, and 1003 at the well. Order 1V470 imposed a $60,000 penalty for these violations, as well as authorized the foreclosure of Redwine Resources' $30,000 financial assurance bond. At the June hearing, the Commission also directed staff to prepare a supplemental order in this matter, applying the Act's Section 121(7) remedies to Mr. Redwine. This section of the Act allows the Commission to withhold permits and/or suspend certificates of clearance if an operator is found to be responsible for a pattern of violations. The Commission has applied these remedies to presidents and principals in 6 cases in the past 5 years. Following this directive, staff personally served Mr. Redwine with a notice of hearing for the supplemental order on August 26, 2014. The parties have exchanged extensive written discovery, and staff took the deposition of Mr. Redwine earlier this month. As a result of this extensive legal and factual investigation, staff has learned the following facts that are relevant to your determination here today. Mr. Redwine is the president of Redwine Resources. He is the sole shareholder, officer, and director of the company.
Excuse me, Ms. Beckstead, I apologize. You're using the present tense.
The present tense for the position of president, yes.
Thank you.
He had overall supervisory responsibility at the company, oversaw operations as president, and did not require anyone else's agreement or approval in making decisions for the company. On June 4, 2010, the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and its assets were sold to another party. However, the South Nuclear Well was excluded from the sale and remained in the control and possession of Redwine Resources. Mr. Redwine has provided no documentation that this has changed today. Redwine Resources had no employees on its payroll after the bankruptcy proceeding, and therefore, Mr. Redwine was solely responsible for the company's actions at that time. The company's current corporate status in Texas is in existence, which is an active status. In addition, Mr. Redwine's official status is still president and registered agent of the corporation. In the time period between the issuance of the 2013 NOAV and between the bankruptcy and the issuance of the NOAV, staff contacted Mr. Redwine multiple times by phone and in writing. He was clearly aware of staff's concerns regarding the well at this time and after the issuance of the NOAV. Even with this knowledge, Mr. Redwine has done nothing in his position of authority at Redwine Resources to direct or cause the performance of the corrective actions set forth in the NOAV. He has merely shrugged off these environmental and public health issues as the corporation's problem. Staff has claimed the bonds and is working towards remediating the site without any assistance from Mr. Redwine or Redwine Resources. The costs for plugging and abandoning the well are expected to be approximately $50,000. The cost of remediating the site is expected to be at least $37,000 and may very well be more. Therefore, at a minimum, the costs for correcting the violations at the South Nuclear Well exceed the bonds by almost $60,000. As a result, the issues at the well have unfortunately become the problem of this commission and therefore the people of Colorado. I'd like to direct you now to what I believe is page 61 of Part 1 in your packets. It's Exhibit A, the proposed order that was attached to staff's pre-hearing statement.
Starts on page 60, actually.
Or page 60.
It says proposed amendment to order.
Yes, that's correct. The alternative language in this proposed order accomplishes the purpose of the supplemental order, but in a slightly different manner. First, the proposed order applies to Mr. Redwine and any entity of which he is the principal, majority owner, operational, or general manager, or otherwise exercises control over an entity's oil and gas operations in Colorado. The proposed amendment first requires Mr. Redwine to notify the Commission should he or any such entity apply for a permit or submit a certificate of clearance for the Commission's approval. This action is supported by the Commission's exclusive and broad statutory authority regarding oil and gas permits and certificates of clearance. This requirement also accomplishes one of the purposes of the supplemental order, which was to monitor Mr. Redwine or any such entity's operations for the purposes of tracking recidivism or possible changes in circumstances. The proposed amendment also requires a hearing before the Commission on Mr. Redwine or the entity's request for a permit or approval of a certificate of clearance. The Commission also has ample legal authority to do this because it has jurisdiction over all persons and property necessary to enforce the Act, and has the ability to initiate any proceeding on any question related to administration of the Act. Under the proposed amendment, Mr. Redwine or the entity will have a higher burden to have the privilege of operating in the state of Colorado. This higher burden is necessary to ensure that that development will occur in a responsible and balanced manner that's consistent with protecting public health and the environment. After the Commission's experience with an entity that Mr. Redwine was involved with that controlled the South Nuclear Well, it is appropriate to require such a demonstration that allowing future operations will be consistent with the Commission's statutory mandate. Further, this requirement also accomplishes another purpose of the supplemental order. The Commission can also deny the request if it determines that the request is not consistent with responsible balanced development. As a result, staff believes that the proposed order strikes a fair balance under the specifics of this case. It also provides a third option of requiring higher financial assurance before allowing an approval. This will ensure that there's a lower risk that any future abandonment of Mr. Redwine or the entity's wells will fall on the people of Colorado. This alternative language creates consequences for Mr. Redwine's role in abandonment of the well, while at the same time gives the Commission the flexibility to allow, prohibit, or condition his operations or that entity's operations in the state. Thank you. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Council, you have...
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name's Dick Kaufman. I'm the attorney representing Mr. Gary Redwine here today. And if I can just add some contour and context to what happened here. Redwine Resources, Inc., which the original order was placed against in June, was a corporation founded under the laws of Texas in the early 1980s. And it operated as an oil and gas exploration company for almost 30 years until 2010. Mr. Gary Redwine was and is the sole stockholder, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you asked a minute ago, Ms. Beckstead was speaking in the present tense. The corporation is still there on the books, but it is not operating, has no assets, no employees. He was president during this entire time. Redwine Resources conducted oil and gas exploration and production in 4 states, Texas, Oklahoma, Wyoming, and Colorado. The company focused on exploration and production of natural gas wells. And over that period of time, they had managed or drilled around 250 wells that the company managed. The company had 3 offices. They had the office in Dallas, which was the headquarters office, one in Kinta, Oklahoma, and an office here in Denver. The Dallas headquarters office had 10 employees, 2 accountants, 2 engineers, 2 landmen, a land manager, and 2 administrative assistants. The Kinta, Oklahoma office had 25 people, including 6 pumpers, a superintendent, a field foreman, equipment operators, water truck haulers, and a manager. The Denver office employed 4 or 5 people, depending on, at moment in time, including engineers, geologists, junior geologists, and 2 administrative assistants. A gentleman by the name of Mr. James Blair was the exploration manager, and Mr. Pate ran the field operations in this office. And this office was the one that was tasked to comply with regulatory compliance, whether it's in front of the commission here or air quality control or water quality control. And this office handled those issues. and the Denver and Kent offices were directly responsible for exploration and production. Mr. Redwine was the corporate president and oversaw the operations. He also had another company called Badger Drilling, which had over 100 employees, and they drilled wells. They had 3 drilling rigs. There's been a question about, as this case has gone in capitalization, and the testimony and the documents that are all part of the exhibits here. The company was capitalized recapitalized in 2003 through a $41 million loan from Bank of America. When gas prices started to crash in 2007, that's when the problems began. The well that is the subject of these hearings, the South Nuclear Well 1-32, was spud, I believe, in 2008. It was a dry hole. As the prices declined and the recession hit, the company could no longer operate properly, service its debts to Bank of America. It attempted to involve other investors, but that was unsuccessful due to the recession. So in June 2010, the company entered Chapter 11 bankruptcy in the Northern District of Texas, bankruptcy court in Dallas. The company ceased all operations, no more employees, and the bankruptcy court sold all of the assets of Redwine Resources so that they could pay the creditors to the extent possible, and they did that. The bankruptcy ended in 2011. However, the well that is the subject of this hearing and the one in June was included on the excluded assets list by the bankruptcy court, which means it remains with Redwine because obviously nobody wanted to buy a dry hole. Yes, sir.
For clarification, the bankruptcy court excluded the nuclear well.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it was not sold with the other assets. After the bankruptcy, Redwine Resources became an inactive corporation, as Mr. Redwine testified last week in his deposition. It will never operate again anywhere, whether it's Colorado or anywhere else. His business today is investing in royalty interest, oil and gas royalty interest, and not in drilling wells. The NOV against the company, I think, began in 2013. The order came out in June of this past year, and then subsequently this hearing came about. I would ask the commission to consider the fact that this is, I understand the situation, the cost of reclamation and all that, but this was not a conscious act by Mr. Redwine. And in fact, the staff said in their statement to the commission that there's no conclusive evidence that Mr. Redwine acted in bad faith in any of this. He got caught up short in a bad economic situation, and the company had to close its doors because of that. We briefed, and I'm sure you've seen the motion to dismiss, piercing the corporate veil, and all the other doctrines that go along with this. But I don't think he's a bad actor, and I would ask the commission not to enter this order for the simple reason that he didn't really do anything wrong. He didn't try to ignore the commission. He had operated for 30 years and had complied with environmental laws and regulatory laws in 4 different states. He just got caught up short because of the recession, and I don't think there's a pattern of violations either here or anywhere else. And therefore, I would ask that the commission not enter this order.
And to your knowledge, then, Redwine Resources has no record of violations in Colorado during that 30-year period?
Not that I know of. If you go back 30 years, and I was at the Attorney General's office then, all that was paper. And I don't know where those archives are now, but...
Did they operate in Colorado that far back? So my understanding was that this was sort of the first time they'd come into Colorado to operate.
I think they've operated in Colorado, it would have been in the last decade, probably.
I have some other questions.
Okay. So staff is asking us to consider an amended order, which they provided for us.
That's correct, Chairman.
I think I understand that. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Benton?
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
May I just ask a quick sort of procedural question? Do you intend to call any witnesses or stand on the submissions that you've already provided?
Stand on the submissions, no witnesses at this time.
We are too.
Okay. So my understanding, and thanks to the chairman, is that the bankruptcy court actually was the one that excluded the nuclear well from the sale of the assets.
Yes.
What about the wells? There are a list of wells in Wyoming and Texas, I think. Is that also the same case for them?
No. A lot of those wells were producing wells. They were sold as assets.
There was a list, though. I think that there were some that were excluded.
There were some. The nuclear well here was excluded. I think there were a couple other, but I don't remember. A couple other in other states.
Right, in other states, not just here in Colorado.
Right.
Do you know what happened to those wells, the status of those wells?
No.
Okay, commissioners. You're either going to have to ask some questions or make a motion. Oh, Director Lepore, maybe not. Maybe you're off the hook.
I may ask one question. Remind me when the nuclear well was drilled.
It was 2008.
And it was a dry hole.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, I think it made gas. I think somewhere I heard, I think in the interrogatory or something, it was several $1 million of pipeline away from being able to hook it up and sell it.
May I answer, Mr. Chairman? There was a second well. This well that's the subject of this hearing is a fee well. The other one was on BLM land. That one was not a dry hole, but it could not produce because there was not a collection line available. This one was a dry hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, lady and gentlemen, additional questions?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I move that we accept the recommendation as proposed by staff.
Accept the recommendation to amend the order.
And it is as proposed by staff. Yep.
I'll second that.
Amendment, have a motion and a second to accept the proposed amendment to Order IV 470. Any further discussion?
Clarification question. That the way that's written currently, if Mr. Redwine chooses to come back here as an operator, then it has to come to this commission?
If he or the entity applies for a permit or requests approval of a certificate of clearance.
Which certificate of clearance is it? If they intend to register as an operator and file a bond, does that come under certificate of clearance? Sorry to be so ignorant on this.
Please.
I don't think it does.
Well, Chair, Mr. Benton, I don't know that a certification of clearance doesn't necessarily require anyone's approval, to the best of my knowledge.
So what I hear then is that only if the individual or an entity to which he is a principal of, the time he has to come here is if files a permit to drill a well.
Is that your intent, staff, Ms. Beckstead?
I don't believe that that was staff's intention. There was an intention to include the certificate of clearance. Maybe a better way to state that would be Mr. Redwine notifies us if he joins an existing entity with a certificate of clearance. I mean, so it sounds like the action that the commission could possibly take would be suspension of that certificate. I'm not sure how that procedurally that should be done. It's apparently not clear as it is in the proposed order.
May I interrupt?
Absolutely, because it is.
So your question was, does a certificate of clearance need to be approved by the commission?
More, it's probably not. I'm too simple-minded for that one. It's that if this individual joins an entity or creates an entity with the intent of becoming an operator, before even a permit gets filed, somewhere it has to come to that commission before we even grant them the status as an operator. I don't know if that can be done or not.
Mr. Matter, may I speak to that?
Well, let me,
Oh,
one second.
sorry.
So Rule 312E says the certificate of clearance, when properly executed and approved by the commission, shall constitute authorization to the pipeline or other transporter to transport the authorized volume from the well named therein. So 312E, in my view, does refer to a certificate of clearance.
Right.
I think the proposed order is triggered to a permit-based approval, not the filing of a registration to conduct oil and gas operations in the state.
If I may follow up on that, I think what we were interested in is knowing at the earliest time that Mr. Redwine is intending to run an exploration and production company in the state or be a managing director of that entity. And if he is, and that entity seeks permits, we don't want to approve those permits without a hearing in front of this commission. That was our intent.
Right.
The Form 10 does require COGCC approval.
What I'm left with a gap, though, I think, and again, I apologize for not being smart enough to see this, that if he joins an existing entity, we have no way of knowing that until that entity adds another well to its list of operations.
Commissioner Benton, if I may?
Yeah.
There is a provision in the proposed amendment that states that he must notify us if he joins an existing entity for that reason. How the commission wants to take action upon that notification is sort of open.
Okay. Then I'm satisfied.
But that takes place whether a permit's been filed or not.
Correct.
Okay.
Additional questions? My memory serves me correct. We have a motion and a second.
Call the question.
Oh my goodness, it leaves me with no. Question has been called. All those in favor of approving this amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So your amendment has been accepted and approved. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Redwine, for being available.
Yes, you're mighty welcome. Thank you, gentlemen and women. Bye-bye.
Well, Director, Mr. Ornstein, I'm at a total loss.
I believe.
I can't find anything else on the agenda.
Neither can I, unless Director Lepore wants to talk a little bit more.
No, wait.
Motion to adjourn?
I'd like to talk about current vacancies at this commission staff.
Hearings officer, right?
Okay, hearing no other business to come before our commission today, I think we will adjourn today's hearing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, nice working.